adoption of the resolution.
Let's get to the conclusion
Those
here.
in favor,
Sorry, I'm late.
say aye. Those opposed, say no. In the opinion of the chair, the yeas have it. Gentleman from Oklahoma.
Point of order.
Madam Speaker, on that I would request the yeas and nays.
Of course you would.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device.
The Republicans' attempt to change the rules for debate fails, and the House moves on to a vote on the rule itself, the rule that will govern debate for House Resolution 24, the impeachment resolution, one article of impeachment on incitement of insurrection that says, among other things, about the attack last week. Shortly before the joint session commenced, President Trump addressed a crowd of his political supporters nearby. There, he reiterated false claims that, quote, we won the election, we won it by a landslide. He also willfully made statements that encouraged and forcibly resulted in imminent lawless action at the Capitol. The resolution says, incited by President Trump, a mob unlawfully breached the Capitol, injured law enforcement personnel, menaced members of Congress and the Vice President, interfered with the joint session's solemn constitutional duty to certify the election, and engaged in violent, deadly, destructive, and seditious acts. Part of House Resolution 24, the impeachment.
They're talking. What's this?
Deutsche Bank says it will no longer do business with the president or any of his companies. You'll recall, of course, that Germany's largest bank was a lifeline for Donald Trump after a series of bankruptcies in the 1990s, when other financial institutions deemed him too risky. According to the New York Times, Deutsche has lent Donald Trump and his organization more than $2.5 billion over the years. This loss of funding, it's brutal for the Trump organization, which has been built on debt. The clearest sign yet, the money faucet feeding the Trump empire is being rapidly shut off or shut down. Social media has banned, for example, you've got Twitter, Facebook, all cutting off the megaphone that's fueled the rise. E-commerce, you've got the loss of Stripe, which has stopped processing payments, the campaign. Shopify, closing the Trump organization's stores, payment system. And the key business partners, the PGA, has pulled a major golf tournament from Trump Bedminster golf course. As for the banks, well, there you are. The pipeline there closed down. Signatures closed off Trump's personal accounts, and now Deutsche won't lend any money. By the way, if you think, we've got debts, Trump owes $340 million, and that's due in 2 years' time, while the investigations continue. David Enrich is with me, the business investigations editor at the New York Times. How good to have you, sir. You also wrote the book Dark Towers, Deutsche Bank, Donald Trump and an Epic Tale of Destruction. Excellent to have you, sir. Now, let me apologize in advance. If the DOJ news conference begins, then I will have to be somewhat impolite and interrupt you so that we can go to it. So do forgive me in that case. Now back to Deutsche. Once again, day late, dollar short. They've decided to do this like all of the rats leaving the sinking ship, but they've done it late.
Well, they've certainly come to this realization that Trump is toxic for their brand, I think a little bit belatedly. And,
Okay, I don't need to hear your insights on it. The reporting is all I needed, because it is a big deal that all these places are doing that. Cutting off his funding, Deutsche Bank shutting down his funding, that's massive.
Madam Speaker,
That is
as the member
massive.
designated by Congressman Jerry McNerney pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. McNerney will vote yes on H-Res 41.
Gentleman from Illinois, seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Presley of Massachusetts pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Presley will vote yea on House Resolution 41.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Walorski pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Walorski will vote nay on H-Res 41.
Purpose, the gentleman from Texas seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Fletcher pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Fletcher will vote yes on H-Res 41.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Young of Alaska pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Young will vote nay on the rule of House Resolution 24. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on H-Res 41. As the member designated by Congressman Brendan Boyle pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congressman Boyle will vote yea on H-Res 41.
For what purpose does the gentleman
man.
from Maryland seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Jayapal,
I can
pursuant
actually-
to House Resolution 8, I inform the House
there
that
we
Ms.
go.
Jayapal votes aye on H-Res
I like theater
41.
mode because it lets me do this. Oh yeah, no chat.
Does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote no on H-Res 41.
Jesus.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the body that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on H-Res 41. And Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Costa, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the body that Congressmember Costa will also vote aye on H-Res 41.
Yeah, because they don't have the entire house here because that's not necessarily safe. It's really not. I've got Sam asking me if I'm awake. You should know I'm streaming. Do my notifications just not go out? Is that all? Oh, I don't know. Thanks for closing the door. That's legitimate. Thank you. I said thanks for closing the door. That's legitimate. Restricted mode off. That's right. I don't restrict myself.
Where do you go to hands?
No, no, I haven't. I should.
Yeah, you should. I should go with you. We can get some papers.
You get to feel how horrible my breaks are, how long it takes for me to actually stop
For
now.
what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Villa pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Villa will vote aye on H-Res 41.
Make that means, yeah. Like,
No.
Get away from me, you creepy weird old guy.
I can make some very interesting faces, Stream. It's true. I don't have a face cam because I don't. I'm very poor. My fucking computer is like 5 generations old. Not really. I have an AMD 3 Plus motherboard, AMD Ryzen 3, Ryzen 3 processor. But what I really need to do is upgrade the entire thing. Just need a new PC.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Dunn of the state of Florida pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Dunn will vote nay on HRes 41. As the member designated by Mr. Buchanan of the state of Florida pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote nay on HRes 41.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As a member designated by Representative Kirkpatrick pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House Representative Kirkpatrick will vote aye on H.R. 41. As the member designated by Representative Cardenas to H.R. 8, I inform the House Representative Cardenas will vote aye on H.R. 41.
Jeez.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Kansas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. LaTurner from Kansas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I
hear that sass in her voice? It was wonderful. She's like, 41. For what purpose? I like it.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from
That was awesome. I like this lady.
seek recognition?
I can't tell who she is.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Custer of New Hampshire pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Custer will vote yea.
I do not know all the members of Congress, like, at the fuck all. There's so many of them. I could never know all their... Well, I could know, but I don't know all their names. And thusly, I don't know all their faces and all of their politics. So there are people I'm going to hear that I'm like, that's a pretty good little take. So I'm not coming in with a bias, except for the fact of some of them being Republicans, and if they say Republican things, then yeah. But like as far as speakers and, chairmen or women, chair people, I guess. That sounds too much like screen people and shit.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Titus of Nevada, pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Titus will vote yes on HRes 41.
He just blasted in there. She's like, for what purpose does the Madam Speaker? Uh, 142 nays.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Lee of Nevada pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Lee will vote yea on HRes 41. As the member designated by Mrs. Dingle pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mrs. Dingle will vote yea on HRes 41. As the member designated by Ms. Axney pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Axney will vote yea on HRes 41. As the member designated by Ms. Capter pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Capter will vote yea on HRes 41.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Adam Smith of Washington State pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Smith will vote yes on House Resolution 41.
Oh, wait a second. I just thought about something. Everybody. All right, listen the fuck up. So what I just thought about. check this. Mitch McConnell himself, the Turtle Man, has come out and said he is in favor of impeaching Donald Trump at this point. Not that makes him a good person. He's still a terrible individual, but this is a good move on his part. Because what this does is people who listen to Mitch McConnell in the Senate are more likely to vote him out, which means that there's going to be some flips to the Democrats' votes to impeach, which means he's going to get impeached and removed because it doesn't really matter right before his term is over. I mean, fuck, what is today? The 13th? There's 7 more days. It's literally a week until inauguration. Yeah, see? 1/13/2021, right down here in my corner. Boom. That right there tells me they are totally willing to let Mike Pence be president for a week. And at some point, I'm gonna buy crisp. I'm just gonna purchase this shit so that I don't have to worry about it and I can use it unlimited. I will be streaming the inauguration though, as long as I'm able to. I might not be able to, because I could be at work. Yeah, because it's a fucking Wednesday.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
I'm going to be in Tulsa.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Blumenauer, pursuant to HRS 8.
Jesus, yeah, I'm not going to be... I'm not going to be able to stream the inauguration unless it starts late. But it usually doesn't, I'm pretty sure. I'll be able to watch it and comment on it when I get home.
As a member designated by Mr. Peters, pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Peters will vote yes on HRS 41. As the member designated by Mr. Crone, pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Crone will vote yes on HRS 41.
Voting on the rule continues on the House floor. The rule for debate with the impeachment resolution, House Resolution 24, one article of impeachment, incitement of insurrection.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeSaulnier pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeSaulnier will vote yes on HRes 41.
Outside the chambers, outside the House chamber, there are hundreds of National Guard troops who have bivouacked, who have essentially slept overnight in the Capitol hallways. Eric Wasson of Bloomberg reports that this is the first time since the Civil War that American troops of any kind, have been bivouacked overnight in the U.S. Capitol.
Yep.
Jennifer Griffin of Fox News Channel, who covers the Pentagon, she says that there are more U.S. troops in the Capitol now than in Iraq or Afghanistan.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida 5th Congressional District, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yea on HR Resolution.
Oh, and I'm perfectly fine with the amount of fucking National Guard people they have here. At the current moment, because while we have this fucking governing body, we can't just tear it down and go into fucking fascist, fascist anarchy, essentially, fascist chaos. That's what they wanted to do, was install a dictator and leave the general functions of this government. We can't have that. So we definitely need to have the state defending itself in this particular regard. I don't like the state, but, you know, communists want the state to wither away. We don't abolish the state. We want it to become obsolete and unnecessary.
Winding down, 108 votes
does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As
The state is a body that has the monopoly of violence.
I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on HRS 41.
So far, all Republicans are voting against the rule, the 2 hours of general debate. We understand that some five Republicans have said they will vote for the impeachment resolution, including Liz Cheney, the conference chair. Reuters reports today that Republican leadership in the Senate is mulling the possibility of beginning an impeachment trial of President Trump as early as Friday if the House of Representatives approves the resolution today.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Deutsch of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote yes on H-Res 41.
That's the good shit.
In a possible trial, Senate Republican aide asked not to be identified, said that no decisions have been made on whether to take that step. And our Capitol Hill producer, Craig Kaplan, points out that that step can't happen until both the Democratic leader, Chuck Schumer, and the Republican leader, Mitch McConnell, agree to that. As of now, the Senate won't be back until Tuesday, the day before the inauguration, which is a week from today, a week from just about now at the U.S. Capitol, as a matter of fact. The Senate will come back next Tuesday. In fact, they have a couple of hearings on Joe Biden's picks for the cabinet. Treasury Secretary picked Janet Yellen, Lloyd Austin, retired General Lloyd Austin, to run the Defense Department. Those hearings coming up next Tuesday, and we will cover those live on the C-SPAN networks. You can check cspan.org for information about that. Another a governor who has faced a violent mob, certainly an armed mob at her capital, and whose life was threatened, Gretchen Whitmer of Michigan, holding a news conference in just minutes. That news conference live from Lansing, the state capital, live at noon over on our companion network, C-SPAN 2.
You mean your extension network? It's not a companion. It's just more C-SPAN. Just call it what it is. C-SPAN. Y'all are great at your jobs. Like, absolutely. C-SPAN does good work, just putting up a camera and generally staying out of the way. You can hear the information as it's being presented to you by the person presenting it. You don't have some pundit making fucking commentary and then showing clips of it. You just have the person saying the thing. And then you have me being a pundit, saying things over it. That's what my job is. I get to be a pundit. Man, I really hope that this picks up its pace. No Republican yays. Of course not, because they're complicit with everything Trump has done. Some of them have actively engaged within it.
Live coverage of the U.S. House on C-SPAN. The second
we are.
The second vote series here on the vote on the rule for debate on House Resolution 24, the impeachment resolution. If it passes, it will mean there's 2 hours of debate on that ahead. As there's a bit of a lull here, we're going to take you to some of the opening comments this morning from the chair and ranking member of the Rules Committee on the resolution.
Mr. Speaker, we are debating this historic measure at an actual crime scene, and we wouldn't be here if it weren't for the President of the United States. On Wednesday, January 6th, Congress gathered here to fulfill our constitutional duty, tallying the Electoral College victory of President-elect Biden and Vice President-elect Harris after a free and fair election. This is largely a ceremonial role for the Congress, one that sends a message to the world that democracy in the United States persists. But at a rally just a mile and a half down Pennsylvania Avenue, Donald Trump and his allies were stoking the anger of a violent mob. A member of this very body proclaimed on that stage, "Today is the day American patriots start taking down names and kicking ass." Trump's personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, called for trial by combat. Then, Donald Trump told the crowd, "We're going to have to fight much harder. You will never take back our country with weakness."
Yep.
Even though,
Words of insurrection.
according to his own administration, that this election was the most secure in our history, Donald Trump repeated his big lie that this election was an egregious assault on democracy.
For what
Vice
purpose?
President Pence, he said,
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on H-Res 41.
being the site of a vicious attack.
Does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bill Rackus of
Can you
Florida,
just pause the other video?
H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bill Rackus will vote nay on H-Res 41.
Barricaded doors. People sent text messages to their families to tell them they loved them. They thought they were saying goodbye, Mr. Speaker. This was not a protest. This was an insurrection.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on H-Res 41. And as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on H-Res 41.
There you go.
I saw evil, Mr. Speaker. Our country came under attack, not from a foreign nation, but from within. These were not protesters. These were not patriots. These were traitors. These were domestic terrorists, Mr. Speaker. And they were acting under the orders of Donald Trump. Now, some of my colleagues on the other side have suggested that we just move on from this hoax. But to gloss over it would be an abdication of our duty. Others on the Republican side have talked about unity. But we can't have unity without truth and without accountability. And I'm not about to be lectured by people who just voted to overturn the results of a free and fair election. America was attacked, and we must respond, even when the cause of this violence resides at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Each of us.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Ocasio-Cortez will vote yes on House Res 41.
Must be held to account for the attack on our Capitol that he organized and he incited. I solemnly urge my colleagues to support this rule and the underlying article. The damage this building sustained can be repaired, Mr. Speaker. But if we don't hold Donald Trump accountable, the damage done to our nation could be irreversible. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserved. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I begin my formal remarks, I want to ask for God's blessing and protection on you, and for my friend Mr. McGovern, for all who come to this chamber today to speak and to vote, for our wonderful staff that makes this possible, and most especially for the men and women of the Capitol Police and the other affiliated law enforcement agencies that are here to protect everybody and to make sure that this proceeding can
Tom Collier, piece of shit.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the gentleman from Massachusetts,
I do know him.
friend, distinguished chairman of the Rules Committee, Mr. McGovern, for yielding me
See, he's Tom Cole of District 4 in Oklahoma, and my old representative was Kendra Horn of District 5.
Today is a sad day for all of us. For me personally, for the Rules Committee, for the entire House of Representatives, and most certainly for the American people. For the second time in 13 months, we're meeting to discuss the impeachment of the President of the United States. Our meeting today does not arise in a vacuum and comes at what I hope and pray is the end of a tumultuous period for our country. Less than 1 week ago, Congress met to certify the results of the 2020 presidential election. What started
It's very important to talk to my sister.
protest turned into a riot as an untold number of individuals stormed the Capitol building. 6 people died as a result of this mob. And it's only by the grace of God and the brave acts of the U.S. Capitol Police, the Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police, the FBI, the ATF, and other responding agencies that there was not more bloodshed. Violent acts such as these have no place in our republic. These shocking and sobering events rest high on our minds today, as well they should. Certainly January 6, 2021 will live in my memory as the darkest day during my time of service as a member of this House. After these grave events,
Okay, did not expect that, I'm not even gonna lie.
we as a nation and as an institution have an opportunity to come together. President Trump has conceded the 2020 election. Congress has certified the results of the election. And next Wednesday, President-elect Biden will be sworn in as the President of the United States. Congress and the nation can move forward knowing that the political process was completed as designed and the constitutional framework that has governed our republic since 1789.
Disagree.
But instead of moving forward as a unifying force, the majority in the House is choosing to divide us further. With only a week to go in his term,
For what
the
purpose
majority
does
is
the
asking
gentlewoman
us to-
from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Carson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carson will vote yes on H-Res 41.
after President Trump's term ends. Mr. Speaker, I can think of no action the House can take that's more likely to further divide the American people than the action we are contemplating today.
Bullshit. There's a lot of other things that could be more divisive than impeaching Trump so he can't run in 2024. That's literally the whole purpose. It's not to fucking remove him from office, because that's going to happen soon, which, I mean, he pointed that out, as is going to be the case with all of them. Their arguments are literally going to be, it's only a week left, you're just going to divide us more because there's only a week left, and by the time he gets removed, it'll only be like 4 days. It'll only be like 4 total days that he'll have left. Why are you trying to impeach him? Why? And that'll get their base riled up. And the base will go, yeah, snowflake, little liberal soy cuck. Why are you impeaching him? It's not fair. Why? And that's going to be literally their whole thing. It's them being triggered little snowflake soy cucks, I guess? I don't know. Goobly.
Emotions are clear.
Yeah, shut up.
Words are deserving of defense, but because the presidency itself demands due process in the impeachment proceeding. Unfortunately, the majority's chosen to race to the floor with a new article of impeachment, foregoing any investigation, any committee process, or any chance for members to fully contemplate this course of action before proceeding. Professor Jonathan Turley is correct when he called this a, quote, dangerous snap impeachment, an impeachment that effectively would go to a vote without the deliberation or inquiries of the traditional hearing. Professor Turley also noted that, quote, the damage caused by the rioters this week was enormous. However, it will pale in comparison to the damage from a new precedent.
Yeah, okay.
Impeachment, unquote. If the majority is seeking consensus, this is hardly the way to create it. The majority is failing to provide the House with an opportunity to review all the facts, which are still coming to light, to discuss all the evidence, to listen
Oh my God.
to examine the witnesses, and to consider precedents. This is not the type of robust process we have followed for every modern impeachment, and the failure to do so does a great disservice to this institution and to this country. Mr. Speaker, I can think of nothing that will cause further division more than the path the majority is now taking. Rather than looking ahead to a new administration, the majority is again seeking to settle scores against the old one. Rather than seeking to heal America, they're seeking to divide us more deeply. And rather than following the appropriate processes the House has used in every modern impeachment, the majority is rushing to the floor, tripping all over themselves in their rush to impeach the president a second time. What's worse, though the majority seems to believe that this course of action is self-evident, and that's simply not the case. I have to tell them it's not. Members that have reviewed the same conduct and have come to dramatically different conclusions. Legal scholars like Professor Turley and Professor Alan Dershowitz, both of whom condemned the president's statements, believe that his statements are not impeachable. I know other scholars have different points of view. Given this difference of opinion, shouldn't we have a better process than this? Shouldn't we have a chance to examine witnesses, discuss the matter with legal scholars, and consider this in committee? On a matter as grave and consequential as impeachment, shouldn't we follow the same process we have used in every modern impeachment rather than rushing to the floor? On behalf of generations of Americans to come, we need to think more clearly about the consequences of our actions today. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, there is no reason to rush forward like this, other than the very obvious fact that there are only 7 days left until a new president takes office. But what's worse, as Professor Gershwin because of the Senate's rules, the case cannot come to trial in the Senate until 1 p.m. on January the 20th, 1 hour after President Trump leaves office. This is
They can call an emergency session, you dumb fuck. McConnell and Schumer can change the rule if they feel like it. It's their thing.
Being a damn legislator to serve the people of the United States of America. They don't care. If they cared, they would have certified our democratic elections. If they cared, they wouldn't have amplified the lie. If they cared, they would have protected their colleagues instead of tweeting out their locations for the mob to find them. If they cared, they would have done and acted with integrity, but they didn't.
Boom.
They don't care. They care about themselves. They care about their elections. They care about their next gig. They care about their money, their power, their fame, and this is how democracy can burn. It is fragile. We must cherish it. And they didn't. And they don't. So they need to leave. Donald Trump needs to leave. Ted Cruz needs to leave. Josh Hawley needs to get out. They need to get out. Hear or see the Republican Party talk about blue lives ever again. This was never about safety for them. It was always a slogan. Because if they actually cared about rule of law, they would speak up when people break the law. They would speak up. They would enforce fairness and equity, but they don't give a damn about the law. They don't give a damn about order. They don't give a damn about safety. They give a damn about white supremacy. They care about preserving the social order and the mythology of whiteness than the grandeur of our democracy. That's what they care about. They lust for power more than they care about democracy.
Sorry, lady. I gotta see if there's anything going on over here. 217 to 202. No Republicans have come over. There's still 13 not voted, so I could get to 216 to 217. No tie.
Vote winding down on the rule for debate for the impeachment resolution, House Resolution.
That's what those people did when they voted to overturn the results of our free and fair elections. And you can barely call them that with the amount of voter suppression that they have engaged in across the country. It is generous, to say the least, to call them that. And so with all of the rules rigged in their favor, the Electoral College is built on a compromise with slavers. The Senate is rigged in their favor. Gerrymandered districts are rigged in the Republicans' favor. This presidency and the law breaking and the pardons of people who have betrayed our country, all of it rigged in their favor, and they can't even win with the whole deck stacked with them. They can't even win with the deck stacked in their favor. And so what they are willing to do is set a match and light our entire democracy on fire so that they can uphold the social order of white supremacy. That's what this is about. Straight up. This is about thinking that if an election doesn't reinforce your power, then you believe it is fundamentally illegitimate.
Fucking incapable of missing.
Now therefore be it resolved.
Jesus, did you hear that? She fucking nailed it. Straight to the wall. Nailed it. I just finished. Again. 1984. I just put it on audiobook yesterday while I was at work. And let me tell you, I haven't... excuse me, I just woke up. I hadn't read 1984 since 8th, maybe 9th grade. I graduated 10 years ago. Like, graduated. So it's been almost 15 years since I actually read 1984. And at the time, you know, my English teacher was just talking about how it is a book about heavy over-censorship and authoritarianism, totalitarianism. Because, you know, the totalitarians of the past weren't like us. They actually believed they were doing good things and that their need for power was short-lived or was temporary. Blah, blah, blah. So, as I was, you know, listening to the book, I was actually doing some analysis, not of the book, but applying themes of the book to different parties, because the actual book is about fascism. It is about authoritarianism, but a specific form. Fascism. And there is no one better in that book than O'Brien to describe this. Uh, 1984 Pain. About him long ago may be interpreted as meaning simply that he is so. That reality is not external. Yeah, see, things like this. Okay, so there's a few really big yeah, this is probably sitting as is. If anything happens, we'll be able to hear it. Sims, the nerdy Newspeak dictionary guy, who's putting in effort to work out the 11th edition. He and his concepts there, his application of the fascist concept is the obliteration of words, the destruction of words. And why do you need all these different words to express ideas when just one word should be able to cover multiple meanings? You know, if you need to use a word, why should you have a word like really bad, awful, despicable, when you could have double plus ungood? So, that is the fascist need to remove language. Because if you remove language, if you make it to where certain words don't exist in somebody's lexicon, then they don't have the capacity to grasp the concepts. If you obliterate the ideas of freedom, you just obliterate that word. You don't have a definition for it. How would you describe it to somebody? If you don't have the word authority. They don't allow, and even then, some of their, even some of the newspeak words had to leave room for some complex thought, because you can't completely obliterate it. And the complex thought that was left were things like with Crime Stop. It's not really very complex in itself, but it's more, it is a higher complex thought process than, no. You have to, it's a crime stop. Stopping crime before it enters your brain. Full repression of quote-unquote heretical thoughts. In this place there are no martyrs. Never again will you be capable of love or friendship or joy of living or laughter or curiosity or courage or integrity. You will be hollow. We shall squeeze you empty, and then we shall fill you with ourselves. The goal of the thought police converting thought criminals. If you want a picture of the future, imagine a boot stamping on a human face forever. This right here. O'Brien is explaining that the party must have resistance in order to exist. There will always be traitors, even if people No. In this quote, he's being aggressive. He's insulting Winston's hope for success of the overthrow of the party. He's on top of that zealously, with just fucking absolute zeal, describing how the party's goal is to cause more suffering. Because you can't have power without exerting it to cause suffering. That is their intended goal. More pain, more suffering, more viciousness. He absolutely says this exact thing. Why is that not in here? Oh, what? Spark Notes, come on. You missed the most important one. Da, 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 da.
Well, we are expecting this vote to end momentarily. The number on the screen, 217 in favor. Right now, there are 433 members of the U.S. House, just too shy of the normal 435. So that should be enough for passage here. They've hit a bit of a pause on the House floor. We do know that once the debate gets underway, and it should be moments away, that the Speaker, Nancy Pelosi, will lead off for the Democrats, lead off the 2 hours of debate that this rule that they're verifying here, that they're approving, provides for. The impeachment resolution, House Resolution 24. Yesterday, the Speaker named 9 members to be managers of the impeachment article, and Jamie Raskin of Maryland will be the lead manager on that. Most of those from the Judiciary Committee and the Ways and Means Committee in the U.S. House. But the Senate has to agree to take it up. The Senate's not due back, and at least for legislative work, until next Tuesday, the 19th. Our Capitol Hill producer, Craig Kaplan, does point out, however, that the Senate comes in Friday for a pro forma session, so it would have to be an agreement between both the Democratic leader, Chuck Schumer, and the Republican leader, the majority leader now, Mitch McConnell, to take up any articles in the article of impeachment, to have a Senate trial on the impeachment article. For perspective, the first time around, Donald Trump was impeached on December 19th, 2019, and the trial of Donald Trump, the Senate trial, Donald Trump, one of the 2 articles of impeachment, was not until early February. I believe it was February.
Okay, I don't need to listen to him talk. All right, so I found the part that I was talking about. Because he asked, why do you think the party wants power? Winston said something that O'Brien said stupid, and he said, now I will tell you the answer to my question. It is this. The party seeks power entirely for its own purpose, for its own sake. We are not interested in the good of others. We are interested solely in power. Not wealth, or luxury, or long life, or happiness. Only power. Pure power. What pure power means you will understand presently. We are different from all the oligarchies of the past in that we know what we are doing. All the others, even those who resembled ourselves, were cowards and hypocrites. The German Nazis and the Russian communists came very close to us in their methods, but they never had the courage to recognize their own motives. They pretended, perhaps they even believed, that they had seized power unwillingly and for a limited time, and that just round the corner there lay paradise where human beings would be free and equal. We are not like that. We know that no one ever seizes power with the intention of relinquishing it. Power is not a means, it is an end. One does not establish a dictatorship in order to safeguard a revolution. One makes the revolution in order to establish the dictatorship. The object of persecution is persecution. The object of torture is torture. The object of power is power. Now do you begin to understand me? Yeah. This is fascist thought. The entire book. Ah, shit.
The nays are 203. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Yeah, no, fuck them. Don't reconsider. Fuck them. Wow, we've already been here for an hour? Holy crap, y'all. Let's see. They're probably going, there's going to be a debate and stuff. We'll get to it. I'll probably watch it myself and talk about it later. It makes an action scene so good. As it stands right now, yeah, that was all bad. 359 to 3 on the electoral votes. Reagan versus Mondale. Alright, chat. I'm gonna do what I said I was gonna do. We're gonna take a quick break, but we'll be back with some Prince of Persia, and I'm gonna go over some of the themes I see that are problems in it, and talk about how they weren't nearly as problematic, and how even some of them may have been progressive for the time frame of the game. Granted, they're not very old. I mean, this one is The Warrior Within. Let me quickly Google that on my phone. You know, quickly, real quick, on my phone, real quick. Supported CPU type, unknown AMD processor. What? My processor's newer than on. Yeah, PlayStation 2, 2004? What do you mean? So it's like, my shit's only 3 years old. Never even played this game. But it's okay, because we'll be right back, everybody. I am back stream. I'm just munching on some food, talking to the cousin, homie, roommate, brother man. But we're gonna be playing. We can't fit sandwich pants in here, so we're just going with sandwich. Yeah, that looks way better. Oh, so that's one we got. Okay. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna back out, and we're just gonna go to start new game. We're gonna go with fuck it, let's go with hard. Let's start this game on hard mode, y'all. Got myself a drink, got myself a blunt, just ate myself a Boston Duo cream pie.
We shall respond in kind. the main cell! Bring us closer to the wind.
Already the problematic thing showing up. That is not armor. That is definitely not armor.
Kill him.
Strong female character? Check. Is she dressed appropriately? Of course she isn't.
Get together. It will make my job that much easier. Next.
Come on.
Nothing good will come of your sacrifice.
Oh yeah, let's fucking pole vault these guys. I love pole vaulting people.
Help me with this.
Or just vaulting. Space E. Get fucking wrecked. They combo this shit. Okay, that's dope. Okay. You don't get to choose your camera position, everybody. You don't get to choose your own camera position. I thought I had free look enabled.
You aren't worth my time.
Holy shit. Look at all that blood. Fight tutorial. Or walk towards column. Bro. Why do they not allow shit like this now? That's cool. Do you hear the music too? This shit is bumping. Hold right click to drink water. I do need to turn down the, even have a combo list? What? Okay, effects volumes, let's turn that way down. Let's turn that to like 54%. Music volume, keep that shit bumping. Voice volume, 68% sounds good. Auto virtualization, full on. I don't have creative EAX, so yes, I would like to keep them. Let's check out this combo list real quick. What the fuck? Oh, it's just a whole bunch of left click and E. Oh, you can grab people? That's cool. There's some lit fucking songage going on right here. This track's a banger. Strong female character who's about to get her ass whooped in like a matter of moments. Get murked.
You will never reach our shores alive.
For your sake, you better hope I don't.
See, the in-game models, they had to she just fucks you up if you... Wow, she is very tough. She'll interrupt you real quick. They didn't even mention. Like, straight up. She will fuck you up in a heartbeat. So yeah, we have the current problematic thing of... Yeah, she's a strong female character, and I mean, she is actively strong. She just fucked my day up, as you guys saw. And killed my ass. Get fucked. Towards the column. It's right in the center of your fucking vision. Yo, what? That's cool. Caleb, come check this shit out. I forgot you could do shit like this in this game. This shit's cool. Alright, now I need to go back and drink some more water though.
What?
Where's my water? I was literally just drinking water. There it is. I need to drink it so I can heal up. But bro, there's this cool shit, like right here. You can come towards this pillar and it's like wah la 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 la.
Okay.
And then wah la 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 la.
Okay, cool. So it'll let you environmental.
Yeah, I didn't like this game came out in 2004, so I was thinking like there's no fucking way that was happening. So I need the water.
2004.
Yes. Hell yeah.
Agua. Salt water. The Persian Sea.
I'm somewhere, I don't fucking know.
Persian Sea.
No, I don't think it's the Black Sea. Well, he's the Prince of Persia because he's literally the Prince of Persia. Yes. Well, I don't remember. It's been like fucking almost 20 years since I played this damn game. And I haven't even played this one, I played the original.
Behold your future. My blade calls for you.
Get beasted on, losers. Alright.
You will never reach our shores alive.
If in-game models are definitely different than the cutscene models.
Try again.
Ow. Low attacks, that's not cool.
I have no time.
Ow. Oh, cutscene, hell yeah.
Bitch!
Flee while it's still an option.
Oh, the harsh language. Really? I was blocking. I do not understand. I was blocking. This fight's really, really difficult already. Then again, I did set it on hard mode, so, you know, that might explain some shit. Okay, you know that game you haven't played in like 16 years almost? Right around? Yeah. I want to do the column attack. Come on. Bow, bow, bow. Wop, wop, wop. Hell yeah, get fucked. I beat the shit out of all of you guys. Get murked. Okay, that's not okay. I move my mouse to the right and he turns left, like no. Free look? Let me put it on inverted, I guess. Shit. No? Just gonna walk blocking. That's how I'm walking from now on. Fuck you, I'm gonna block everything. Alright, so tons of blood in this game. With the cheesiest pixelated fire particle effects. Blah blah. We'll never reach our shores alive. For your sake, you'd better hope I don't. Ow, ow, fuck, already fucking me up. Like, do the input the buttons I am actively hitting, you dumb fuck.
I have no time for this.
Piece of shit ass game. No, I don't. I call myself someone who can't get through this fucking fight because she's even dealing chip damage and nothing else has so far. I'm blocking and I'm still taking hits as if I'm taking the full fucking thing. So I don't know what's going on here, guys. I don't remember this in the original game. I didn't beat it. I played like couple hours of it back in the day. I never owned it. Hell, the only game systems that were owned in my house when I lived with my parents was a Nintendo 64 and a fucking Wii. Drink up, fuckers! Water's good for you. Will the prince be felled at this earliest of stages? Probably. It's really hard to get through a fight when the person you're trying to fight against doesn't accept the fact you're blocking and still takes like a quarter of your health every hit. That's quite bad, actually.
You have never known pain like this. I died.
Going into this fight hurt. Not good. Yeah, I wish it was that easy.
You will never reach our shores
alive.
For your sake, you better hope I don't.
Literally nothing can go. Oh, I can't. How? She's doing even new movesets. What the fuck is this? She's able to trip me and shit now? My interrupts don't work. She's just gonna... She's literally just gonna fuck me up. I can't do anything about it. Yeah. Look at that. Yeah. Literally every single fucking time. I don't understand what the fuck is happening with this shit. Hey. Ladies, you wanted a strong female fucking character in there? Guess what? She's whooping this guy's ass every fucking time because he can't block for shit with his little bitch arms. Legs? No, he doesn't have those. Because she can poke him in the toe and he just falls over. Oh, that's...
You aren't worth my time.
Hey, really? Input! I'm pushing buttons, inputting them. Do the fucking moves, you piece of shit. Alright? There's reason I'm doing what I'm doing. And it's not just because I felt like it. Okay? When I press the E, you're supposed to fucking vault the motherfucker. And when I press the left click, you're supposed to swing your goddamn sword. Those are your two moves. That's all you can do. That is literally it. Oh shit. I didn't know you could do that. You just press space bar and... Okay, sword can just go through that guy. Doesn't matter. You know, whatever.
Let's finish him. Come a little bit closer.
Okay, this game just really wants to fuck you over at every goddamn turn, doesn't it? Oh, enemies not doing things that they were doing, that they did before? Enemies doing things that they never did in all these other attempts I've done so far? My interrupt doesn't even work on her this time now?
You aren't worth my time.
Okay, what? Get the fuck up, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? Fuck this game, dude. Fuck this entire goddamn game. Quite literally. Oh, the instant you finish the... before you can even actually get the full fucking sentence out, it fucks you over and she's already hitting you before your cutscene dialogue is over. Yeah, no, that's not an appropriate way to go about this shit. It's not how you make a game do shit. It's a poor port, I should say, because it didn't do this when I played this bit in the original on PlayStation. This was a very poor port. Maybe Forgotten Sands will be better. I'll retry it on a lower difficulty later, but I'm not doing this shit on hard mode where literally every engagement with this pre-programmed character is she has you at half health before you can before your screen even transfers to the fact you're in a fight. And then as soon as she learns that you can block, after the first encounter, the first attempt, she suddenly knows that you can block and knows how to trip you, even though she didn't do that in the first 2 or 3. So we're not dealing with Prince Persia. What up, Sam? Frustrated at Prince Persia. Fuck this game. Poor programming. Poor portage. So that's that. Yes, I want to open another. Duh. That's why I clicked the damn button. So that was a pain in the ass. It really was. Oh, this was a beautiful thing to listen to. Yeah, Tim Pool's a grifter. Or he's an idiot. Actually, I don't think he's a grifter. I think he's just an idiot. Probably talking about Jeff Bezos. Yeah, whatever.
One week ago, the president incited an insurrection against Congress to prevent the peaceful transition of power. It was the most dangerous moment for our democracy in a century. Today, we invoke the remedy the founders provided for just such a lawless president, impeachment. More important, today we begin the long road to restoration. America has been through a civil war, world wars, a Great Depression, pandemics, McCarthyism, and now a Trumpist and white nationalist insurrection. And yet our democracy endures. It endures because at every juncture, every pivotal moment, when evil threatened to overtake good, patriotic Americans step forward to say enough. This is one of those moments. To preserve this sacred place, this citadel of democracy for ourselves and for posterity, let us say enough.
The Confederate...
Enough. I yield back.
Hospitalizing dozens of people, killed 5 of our people. For 6 hours, they shut down the counting of electoral college votes.
Alright, I'm gonna be back here in just a moment, y'all. I need a little bit of a break after that debacle.
For Pence and Pelosi to stage their coup, but every one of us in this room right now could have died. As Senator Lindsey Graham said, the mob could have blown the building up. They could have killed us all. And now the far right is calling for return engagement from January 17th to January 20th. They're asking the president to pardon the conspirators in last week's rampage as they prepare for a race war again next week. And it's a bit much to be hearing that these people would not be trying to destroy our government and kill us if we just weren't so mean to them. Well, despite the floor leader's desperate effort to polarize this body and this nation along party lines, it is the chair of the Republican conference who best articulated what happened in a statement yesterday, and I recommend every American read this. Liz Cheney of Wyoming, the elected chair of the Republican conference, wrote, "The president summoned this mob, assembled this mob, and lit the flame of this attack. Everything that followed was his doing. None of this would have happened without the president. The president could have immediately and forcefully intervened to stop the violence. He did not. There has never been a greater betrayal by a president of the United States of his office. Request 10 seconds.
Gentleman from New York.
I yield an additional 10 seconds.
An additional 10 seconds to the gentleman from Maryland.
Cheney says there's never been a greater betrayal by a president of the United States of his office and his oath to the Constitution. Read Ms. Cheney's statement. Let's come together and impeach the president for this high crime against the republic. We don't have a minute to spare. He is a clear and present danger to the people.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 2 minutes.
It seems to me that impeachment is an itch that doesn't go away with just one scratch. It also seems that President Trump may be most likely to be impeached when he is correct. Before the last presidential impeachment, President Trump rightly pointed out the improper activities of the Biden crime family, and subsequently he's been proven right. And don't think for a moment, Madam Speaker, that we're going to drop that or stop our pursuit for the truth. Before that, we had the Russia hoax, where you had the president rightly making claims that Hillary Clinton and the DNC were colluding with Russians to disorient our democracy. How right he turned out to be. And then we have the 2020 presidential election, where the president correctly pointed out unconstitutional behavior, voting irregularities, concerns over tabulations, dead people voting, and now impeachment again. When they go low, we kick them. Eric Holder, former Attorney General under Barack Obama, breaching the Capitol was as low can be. We all denounce it. But who is it that they're kicking? The president, who created soaring highs for our economy, rising wages before the pandemic, 400 miles of wall to stop the caravans, who drew down troops in the Middle East and showed empathy for the forgotten men and women of our country. It's why so many people love him so much, and it's why they're kicking all of us. This president has faced unprecedented hatred and resistance from big media, big tech, and big egos, from congressional leaders on both sides of the aisle. Before the rioters tore through that glass, Speaker Pelosi stood at that rostrum and tore through the president's State of the Union speech, inciting anger, resentment, division. Some believe that truly these true colors are being shown now through this divisive partisan impeachment. The Speaker of the House, I would request an additional 40 seconds.
Go through the Speaker, please. The gentleman from Ohio.
Madam Speaker, I yield the gentleman an additional 40 seconds.
4 seconds or 40 seconds?
Yep. 40 seconds.
45 seconds.
I thank the gentleman. The Speaker said to us just moments ago, words matter. But apparently those words don't matter when they're uttered by Democrats. When the gentlelady from Massachusetts calls for unrest in the streets. When the gentlelady from California brazenly brags that she called for people to get in the faces of those who serve and support the president. I denounced political violence from all ends of the spectrum. But make no mistake, the left in America has incited far more political violence than the right. For months, our cities burned, police stations burned, our businesses were shattered, and they said nothing. Or they cheerled for it, and they fundraised for it, and they allowed it to happen in the greatest country in the world. Now, some have cited the metaphor that the president lit the flame. Well, they lit actual flames, actual fires. And we
Time
put them out.
expired. There will be order in the House.
I yield back.
The gentleman from Ohio, do you wish to reserve your time? The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Swalwell.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
America has been attacked before, but not like this. On January 6th, Donald Trump incited thousands of radicalized terrorists to attack the Capitol to stop a transition of power. Let that sink in. Our president incited our citizens to attack our Capitol. America was not attacked in the past sense. This president has inspired future plots. America is still under attack, and that's why Donald Trump must be impeached. I've read many of my GOP colleagues know what the president did was wrong, but are afraid for their lives if they cross the president. I'm sorry that you're living in fear, but now is a time to summon your courage to guide you. We have all seen the images of the courageous officers who have risked their lives so that you could flee this floor and see your families. That was almost a week ago right now. Officers engaged in hand-to-hand combat for hours with these terrorists. Capitol Police were spit on, beaten, stampeded, and one of them lost their lives. I'm not asking you to summon the courage that they did. I'm just asking you to do your job and hold this president accountable.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Texas, Mr. Castro.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Donald Trump is the most dangerous man to ever occupy the Oval Office. I want to take you back 1 week ago today, when people were barging through these doors, breaking the windows with weapons, armed, pipe bombs, coming here to harm all of you, to harm the Speaker, to harm the Senate. Let me ask you a question. What do you think they would have done if they had gotten in?
They would have killed every single member of Congress who didn't fit with their ideology. That's what would have fucking happened, Joaquin.
What do you think they would have done to you? And who do you think sent them here? The most dangerous man to ever occupy the Oval Office.
I don't know about that.
If inciting a deadly insurrection is not enough to get a president impeached, then what is?
Agreed.
All of us must answer that question today. The Constitution requires us to impeach and remove Donald John Trump.
The gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from New York reserves.
Is he the first fucking representative to actually just stop? Fuck you, Meadows.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean.
The gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, 1 week ago today, I was trapped in this House chamber as the banging on the doors began. I feared for colleagues, reporters, and staff. I feared for myself. The attack on the Capitol will never be forgotten. The President and many in this chamber have shamelessly peddled dangerous untruths about the election,
True.
despite the warnings of where those lies would lead. And last Wednesday, those lies and dangers found themselves inside this Capitol. This hateful rhetoric is another deadly virus. It is time to remove it from its host. To heal, we need accountability and truth. That begins by acknowledging the president's dangerous lies and their deadly consequences. Removing Donald Trump is the beginning of restoring decency and democracy. What happened last week will not be forgotten, and what we do this week will long be remembered. Vote yes on impeachment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves his time. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my pleasure to yield 1 minute to the...
That's Jim. Jim Jordan's. Jim Jordan's, not Mark Meadows. Sorry.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, gentlemen, for yielding. Madam Speaker, let me be clear. Last week's violent attack on the Capitol was undemocratic, un-American, criminal. Violence is never a legitimate form of protest.
Well, no, that I disagree with.
Speech and assembly under the Constitution is rooted in nonviolence. Yet the violent mob that descended upon this body was neither peaceful nor democratic.
It wasn't democratic.
It acted to disrupt Congress's constitutional responsibility.
It definitely wasn't peaceful.
It was also an attack on the people who work in this institution. Members, staff, and the hundreds who work behind the scenes so that we can serve the American people. The greatest statesman in the history of our country understood that the most dangerous threat to freedom is lawlessness.
Alright, while Kevin McCarthy speaks, because he's a fucking dipshit and I don't like him, I want to give out what I think is probably the spiciest take that I could possibly give right around this time. As I just saw a thing on Twitter about a part of the group, or no, it was on Facebook under Senator James Lankford's post about all of this. And it was a picture of the Trump rioters with a Capitol Hill police officer laying on the steps being beaten by these rioters. Now, this is the spicy part of the take. Yeah, he was just doing his job. Now, I know where a lot of people go, oh, the Nazis were just doing their job, so why do we condemn them? We condemn the Nazis because the entire ideology was rotten to the core. The same way we should view policing and not police. The institution of policing is rotten to the fucking core. It is not the fault of the individual officer working there that the institution is broken. It is the fault of society. It is the fault of the policies that have been enacted to protect them and enable them to do these different kinds of things. It's the fault of the very basis in which our policing was founded. As one of the greatest people I've ever seen on YouTube, as far as humans goes, like one of the quotes that he has, it's from Michael Brooks. Be kind to people, be ruthless to institutions. Now, I don't follow that to a T because there are people that I think are, generally are deserving of general kindness, but under certain circumstances need to be berated or humiliated. Nazis in particular. They don't listen to just reason. You have to make them be, you have to make them feel that humiliation in order for their brain to process that something about how they see things is just fundamentally flawed. It starts them to question themselves. And then, when that happens, and they start to fall off that bandwagon, you can show them kindness. You can teach them. You can show them the folly that they believed in, like the fallacies that they were holding on to. The doublethink, the cognitive dissonance. So in short, don't blame the individual most of the time for institutional problems. Blame the institution. Blame the systems. That's the Sandwich Pants Spice take.
Quell the brewing unrest and ensure President-elect Biden is able to successfully begin his term. And the President's immediate action also deserves congressional action, which is why I think a fact-finding commission and a censure resolution would be prudent. Unfortunately, that is not where we are today. Truly, this past week was one of the most difficult for Congress and our nation. Of all the days here, last Wednesday was the worst day I've ever seen in Congress. Our country is deeply hurt. So where do we go from here? After all the violence and chaos of the last week, is it important to remember that we are still here to deliver a better future for all Americans. It does not matter if you are liberal, moderate, or conservative. All of us must resist the temptation of further polarization. Instead, we must unite once again as Americans. For some, this call for unity may ring hollow. But times like these are when we must remember who we are as Americans and what we as a nation stand for. And as history shows, unity is not an option, it's a necessity. It is as necessary today as it was at the start of our country. I want us all to think back to how John Adams and the Federalist Party handed power over to Thomas Jefferson and his party after the election of 1800. That election, and indeed that era, was one of the most divisive ever.
Whoa.
Partisans reasonable dissent and described their opponents as seditious. Sound familiar? The election of 1800 could have destroyed our young nation. But instead of breaking us, it helped us bring us together, thereby preserving the world's last best hope for freedom. After a hard-fought battle over the Electoral College in Congress, Adams conceded. And a peaceful transfer of power, the first in American history, took place. Jefferson, for his part, put aside the division of the era and preached forgiveness, yes, unity. In his first inaugural address, he famously said, "Every difference of opinion is not a difference of principle." Jefferson and Adams did not end every difference of opinion that existed in America, nor did they try. In a free country as big and diverse as ours, that would be impossible. What they did was more important. They recognized a deeper unity, a unity rooted in the famous proposition both men helped to write. At a critical moment in history, our founders chose peace, liberty, partnership over tension, division, and partisanship. For the sake of our country, we must make the exact same choice. We have already begun. Last week, despite the lingering shock and amid the windows still broken, we did what all healthy democracies do. We debated and we voted. In this country, we solve our disputes at the ballot box, and through debates and votes on the floor of this exact chamber. We did our duty then, and we must do more. The eyes of the nation and the world are upon us. We must seize this opportunity and heal and grow stronger. As leaders...
Okay, I'm sorry, but this is very, very important. Roughly as important as the impeachment. I have to find out what's happening here. I don't want to listen to him talk about this. I just want to see Trump administration again weakens LGBT protections. Human Rights Watch.
In this Congress will face immediate challenges that must be addressed. I stand ready to assist in that effort with good faith, goodwill, and an open hand. The United States remains exceptional.
With less than 2 weeks left in office, the administration of U.S. President Donald Trump has finalized yet another rule rolling back non-discrimination protections for lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender people seeking the services of health and welfare programs funded by the Department of Health and Human Services. Previously, a federal regulation expressly prohibited health and welfare programs receiving federal funding from discriminating on the basis of sexual orientation and gender identity. But the administration's new rule, first proposed in 2019, erases this language. It also deletes a requirement that recipients recognize the marriages of same-sex couples, replacing it with a generic statement that the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services will respect Supreme Court decisions.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Colorado, Ms. Goodell.
Hoping to overturn legalized gay marriage. The previous regulation was used to ensure adoption and foster care agencies who receive federal support serve all qualified parents, including same-sex couples. Rolling back existing non-discrimination protections will harm those families as well as the many kids awaiting placement. Okay, so we'll talk about this in a moment.
I laid right there on the floor of the gallery above us. I heard gunshots in the speaker's lobby. I heard the mob pounding on the door. And what they were trying to do, they were all an angry mob incited by the president, trying to stop certification of a legitimate election. It's clear the president learned nothing in the last year. Yesterday, the president said again he did nothing wrong. This man is dangerous. He has defied the Constitution. He's incited sedition, and he must be removed. We all took a pledge on January 3rd to uphold the Constitution. We must honor that oath. We must vote yes on this article of impeachment. I yield back.
Expired. The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Colorado.
The gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized for 1 minute.
Glory to God. Madam Speaker, I rise today to oppose this impeachment and denounce the recent violence on the Capitol, just as I oppose the previous impeachment and the violence we've all witnessed all summer long across our great country. Make no mistake here, the hypocrisy of the left is on full display. Quote, go to the Hill, get in the face of some Congress people. We've got to fight in Congress, fight in the courts, fight in the streets. Take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him. Go and take Trump out tonight. Sound familiar? What about the gentlewoman from New York who defended the looting by saying looters just wanted loaves of bread? Well, the last I checked, Best Buy and Teslas and stores of the like do not produce baked goods. Where's the accountability for the left after encouraging and normalizing violence? Rather than actually helping American people in this time, we start impeachments that further divide our country. I call
Shut the
crap
fuck
when I hear the
up.
Democrats demanding unity. Sadly, they are only unified in hate.
No. Here's what we got going on right here. Let me point out some shit. One, the quote-unquote we have to fight in the courts. That particular thing, yeah, because that's what it is in court. It's a fight. It's a legal fight. You are fighting legally with words. It's debate with evidence.
Impeaching again the worst president in the history of the United States. Since his first day in office, this president has spent 4 years abusing his power, lying, embracing authoritarianism, radicalizing his supporters against democracy. This corruption poisoned the minds of his supporters, inciting them to willingly join with white supremacists, neo-Nazis, and paramilitary extremists in a siege of the United States Capitol building, the very seat of American democracy. The Republican Party is now the Trump Party. And I want you to know that this is a Trump power grab that will not stop. It will not stop with attacking the Capitol and our state legislatures. This president intends to exercise power long after he is out of office. It is reported that the President of the United States watched the invasion from the Oval Office of our Capitol and seemingly enjoyed it. I want you to know we should be concerned that the Republicans will not defend him, and he is capable of starting a civil war. He must be impeached. He must be stopped now.
Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Newhouse.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan.
The gentleman from Washington is recognized for a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Madam Speaker, this is a sad day in our republic, but not as sad or disheartening as the violence we witnessed in the Capitol last Wednesday. We are all responsible. My colleagues are responsible for not condemning rioters this past year, like those who barricaded the doors of the Seattle Police Department and attempted to murder the officers inside. Others, including myself,
Load of crap. They did barricade. They didn't attempt to murder cops.
Misinformed and inflamed a violent mob who tore down the American flag and brutally beat Capitol Police officers. Madam Speaker, we must all do better. These articles of impeachment are flawed, but I will not use process as an excuse. There is no excuse for President Trump's actions. The President took an oath to defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Last week, there was a domestic threat at the door of the Capitol, and he did nothing to stop it.
True.
That is why, with a heavy heart and clear resolve, I will vote yes on these articles of impeachment.
The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve.
Madam Speaker, could I ask how much time each side has?
The gentleman from Ohio has 36 1/4 minutes remaining. And the gentleman from New York has 36 3/4 minutes remaining.
We reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Auchincloss.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Chair, a mob desecrated our Capitol, killed the police officer, and attempted to overthrow our government on the orders of the President of the United States. Immediate impeachment is our duty under a Constitution that compels us to defend against enemies foreign and domestic. As a Marine officer, I defended our democracy from foreign enemies. As a member of Congress, I am solemnly resolved to defend it from domestic ones. With this vote, we strike a blow for moral leadership. I yield back.
Yields back. The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio. Mr.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, America is at a crossroads. As the violent riots at the Capitol last week so painfully and shockingly reminded us, the unhinged partisan rhetoric that too often consumes the political dialogue in this country has become toxic and is tearing us apart. If we continue down this path, there's no telling how much damage to our union there may be.
This is just the death of neoliberalism.
That's what's happening here today. The majority is rushing through yet a second impeachment of President Trump, who has but 7 days remaining in office. As prominent constitutional law professor Jonathan Turley has cautioned, today a dangerous precedent is being set that could lead to the normalization of snap impeachments without any hearings or any meaningful discussion or debate. The majority is ramming through this House the most potent tool at our disposal without a single hearing, turning a process that usually takes months into a few short hours. We haven't heard a testimony from a single witness. We haven't heard from any experts on the nature of these charges, nor the damage this effort could inflict.
You don't need to. He broke the fucking oath of office by inciting a fucking riot in the Capitol. What do you mean? Fuck off.
Irrevocable harm to our nation. Well, Madam Speaker,
This is literally what's supposed to happen.
we have to continue down this misguided path.
It's not misguided, and we do need to continue down it. What the fuck is wrong with these? Oh my god, Republicans are so fucking dense.
Better angels of our nature. We could choose a more positive, constructive path and vote down this ill-conceived effort. We should tone down the political rhetoric. We should work together to solve the problems that face our nation.
No, you just want to tone down the political rhetoric in a political fucking body.
Because there's no crisis we can't overcome if we stand united.
And then some buzzwords that he threw in there to try and appeal to his base.
Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Washington, Mr. Air Butler.
The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized for 1 minute.
My fellow Americans, I rise today to stand against our enemy. And to clarify, our enemy isn't the president or the president-elect. Fear is our enemy. Fear tells us what we want to hear. It incites anger and violence and fire. But it also hunts us into silence and inaction. What are you afraid of? I'm afraid of what people will say or think. I'm afraid of being devalued. I'm not afraid of losing my job, but I am afraid that my country will fail. I'm afraid patriots of this country have died in vain. I'm afraid my children won't grow up in a free country. I'm afraid injustice will prevail. But truth sets us free from fear. Truth doesn't guarantee bad things won't happen, but it does promise to always prevail in the end. It has no shadows where darkness can hide. With truth comes love, and we could use that right now. My vote to impeach our sitting president is not a fear-based decision. I am not choosing a side, I'm choosing truth. It's the only way to defeat fear.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve his time. The gentleman from...
If we stand united.
Our violence and afraid of losing my job prevail. But truth sets us free from fear. Truth doesn't guarantee bad things won't happen, but it does promise to always prevail in the end. It has no shadows where darkness can hide. With truth comes love, and we could use that right now. My vote to impeach our sitting president is not a fear-based decision. I am not choosing a side, I'm choosing truth. It's the only way to defeat fear.
The
Okay, so
gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York wishes
she did vote to impeach. I missed. I couldn't
Ohio is recognized.
remember exactly. I kind of missed it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Van Dyne.
The gentlewoman from Texas is yielded 1 minute.
Today, I should be in my district working for my constituents. Instead, I'm back here in Washington because the majority could not resist another made-for-TV impeachment. American workers are losing their jobs and struggling to feed their families. Small businesses are being forced to lay off workers and close their doors. Families are tragically losing loved ones to the coronavirus. Instead of creating or even saving American jobs or negotiating additional COVID relief, we're debating an impeachment that's been preceded by no inquiry, no meaningful debate, and no due process. In 1 week's time,
This is the debate.
Joe Biden will be the president. The American
So?
people need us to rise above the heat of the moment, to focus on their needs and deliver real solutions.
You guys have already passed like 3 different fucking bills on COVID relief. It's in the Senate. Fuck you. Shut the fuck up.
I'll be brief. I oppose this article of impeachment and I yield back.
Lady yields back.
Of course you do. You're partisan as shit.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. Bordeaux.
The gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I teach a civics class where I point out that our democracy is not self-executing. It requires people of good faith and ethics to make it work. The president has repeatedly challenged Georgia's election results, but despite 3 recounts and many investigations, the results are clear. Joe Biden won Georgia. The idea that our election was fraudulent is a lie. Our president used this lie to incite a violent mob to attack the Capitol. I ask my colleagues to act with ethics and good faith, to reject these lies, and in this case to support the article of impeachment. I yield back.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Posey.
The gentleman from Florida has 1 minute.
In our campaigns, we may be adversaries, but usually after the campaign season's over, we have traditionally come together for the good of our nation. Now, more than ever in our lifetimes, we are a divided nation. One of the reasons? The resist movement, which has harassed, harangued, and otherwise denigrated the president since the second he became the nominee. While his sins may be different than yours or mine, they are clearly not treasonous. Let our men and women in blue, who suffered a lot more stress than the members of Congress they
definitely treasonous.
have the time they deserve to recuperate, and do the same for millions of Americans who feel they've been disenfranchised. I beseech my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, if you truly want our nation to heal, vote no in this resolution. It reeks of nothing more than revenge and sets a dangerous precedent. May God continue to bless the United States of America.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Brown.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A week ago, Americans in this chamber lived through one of our darkest days. The Commander-in-Chief incited a mob of insurrectionists to overturn the results of a free and fair election through terror and intimidation. They failed, but this violence took its toll. People died, our country's temple of democracy was vandalized, and our image as the world's leading democracy was shaken. President Trump represents a real threat to our national security, our democratic institutions, and the people of this country. We cannot let Donald Trump, who actively orchestrated sedition, lead our nation's government for another 7 days. We cannot wait until January 20th. Donald Trump must be removed. Thank you, and I yield back the balance.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York continues to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I also want to thank my Democratic colleagues for finally joining Republicans in condemning mob violence after 6 months of refusing to acknowledge it. But I'm really tired of sanctimonious sermons on being a sore loser from some of the same Democrats who opposed accepting results in elections past. Democrats have objected to certifying every Republican victory of the 21st century. In 2000, 2004, and in 2016, Democrats objected every time. When they objected, it was patriotic. But when Republicans do it, we're inciting a mob. We're liars and we're traitors. This is the double standard we should expect under total Democrat control. They've called for unrest in the streets. They've called for harassing cabinet officials. They've objected to certifying election results time and time again. Even the Judiciary Chairman secured clemency for a domestic terrorist who detonated a bomb right here in this building. But we're the extremists? I don't think so. We've been silenced by big tech on social media, by corporate America, and now the other side wants to silence us on the House floor. This is a sad day in America. I urge my colleagues to vote no.
The gentleman's time's expired. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve.
Thank you,
The
Madam
gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to a new member of the House and a new member of the Judiciary Committee, the distinguished gentlelady from Missouri, Ms. Bush.
The gentleman
Corey.
from Missouri is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, St. Louis and I rise in support of the article of impeachment against Donald J. Trump. If we fail to remove a white supremacist president who incited a white supremacist insurrection, it's communities like Missouri's 1st District that suffer the most. The 117th Congress must understand that we have a mandate to legislate in defense of Black lives. The first step in that process is to root out white supremacy, starting with impeaching the white supremacist in chief. Thank you, and I yield back.
And from New York wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio seeks recognition.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Dr. Jackson.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the articles of impeachment. Let me be clear. What happened last Wednesday was a stain on our nation, and the criminals and the rioters responsible should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. It is clear now more than ever that our country needs to come together. And Congress, this Congress, needs to lead by example and begin the process of healing the deep division that exists among us as Americans. The articles before us today will not accomplish that. In fact, the sham articles of impeachment will only serve to further fan the flames of unrest and to appease the radical left's appetite for division. We should be focusing on restoring communities devastated by lockdowns, working on America's vaccine rollout, aiding a bipartisan investigation into these attacks, and ensuring election integrity, not impeaching a president who has promised a peaceful transition and who has less than 7 days left in office. It is time to focus on the unprecedented challenges we face, and it's time to focus on unity. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to oppose these articles of impeachment, and I yield back my time. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back his time. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from New York, Ms. Clark.
The gentlewoman from New York is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, today I rise to support H.Res. 24, the article of impeachment against Donald Trump for high crimes and misdemeanors for a second time. Let us be very clear. What took place on January 6, 2021 was an act of domestic terrorism by right-wing, sycophantic white supremacists promoted, instigated, and advanced by the man in the White House, Donald Trump. Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. once said, the ultimate weakness of violence is that it is a descending spiral, begetting the very thing it sets to destroy. Instead of diminishing evil, it multiplies it.
Time has expired. The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My father once said to me, just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. In the short time I've served in this body, one thing is clear. This is not a serious place. Last year, we watched as the other side delayed COVID relief for months to inflict maximum pain and sway the outcome of the election. The Speaker
Bullshit.
much. And yet these last 2 days, we have seen just how fast they can move when they want to exact political retribution on their opponents. My friends on the other side now have complete control of both houses of Congress, and in a few days they will control the entire executive branch as well. Madam Speaker, Joe Biden has talked about unity and healing. Is that what this is today? Is accusing Republican lawmakers of sedition and calling for their expulsion the plan for healing? Is working with Silicon Valley to digitally disappear those with whom they disagree with the plan for reconciliation?
Guess what's not happening?
I was among the first to condemn the riots in Madison months ago, and I condemn what happened last week. But where were the swift accusations of incitement and insurrection from the other side last year?
Guess what wasn't
Today's
happening?
political theater a preview of what the American people can expect from
Okay, I'm sorry. But when he said, okay.
2 years of double standards.
Oh, where were the calls of insurrection when Black Lives Matter, a civil protest, a civil rights protest, most of which are fucking very peaceful, some of which had some violence, mostly incited by police. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? This wasn't an overthrow of government. It wasn't a direct attack on the seat of power of government. It was calls for changes to policing. Total fucking false equivalency. And that's what Republicans do all the time.
For 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, it would be an error to suppose that men and women can be courageous every day. It would be unfair to anticipate that I or any member of this body could be a lion every day. No one is expected to be a lion day after day after day. But on this day, lions are required.
The gentleman yields back his time. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you very much. After President Trump was not impeached, Susan Collins said he's learned a pretty big lesson. He was impeached. Then he brought his It Will Be Wild, riotous television show that he produced for one person, individual one. Intelligence reports indicate that the people he said he loves and are special are going to attack this city and attack this Capitol next week. He has not asked them not to do it. He has not told them to stand down. I most fear January 20, because I think he will try to go out with a bang and take attention away from Joe Biden.
The gentleman's time has expired, and there will be order in the House. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, statement from the President. I urge that there must be no violence, no law-breaking, no vandalism of any kind. This is not what I stand for. This is not what America stands for. I call on all Americans to help ease tensions and calm down.
Oh, what's that?
Just put out that statement by the President of the United States.
Just now?
2 minutes to the
During his
gentleman from
impeachment?
Virginia, Mr. Klein.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Ooh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the President.
Not while he was, watching
Above
the thing
entrance to the
happen.
House of Representatives is a sculpture called the Apotheosis of Democracy. It depicts allegorical peace, dressed in armor and protecting the genius of America. Last week, that piece was tragically torn apart as our U.S. Capitol was invaded for the first time since the War of 1812. A violent mob, including many with the most hostile of intentions, broke past security barriers and unleashed destruction and chaos throughout the Capitol. When it was over, 6 individuals were dead, including 2 Capitol Police officers. I've always supported the rights of citizens to peaceably assemble, but those who breached the Capitol and assaulted and killed Capitol Police should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. If their intent was to stop the constitutional requirement of this body to count electoral votes, they should be charged and prosecuted for insurrection against the government. But we are a nation of laws, not of men, and the legal standard for incitement to violence has not been met. Now,
Bullshit.
the riots threaten the People's House, and a week until a new president takes office, we are rushing through an impeachment without all of the facts and evidence and without due process. We don't know what kind of information the offenders have, what evidence will come out during their trials, whether it bolsters the majority's claims or the minority's views, or whether it implicates other individuals, groups, or other officials in the attack on this hallowed institution. We just don't know. And that's why we must treat the power of impeachment and our responsibility as holders of this power with the seriousness and solemnity it deserves. Let us gather the evidence. Let us hear the judiciary. Make an informed decision together. This action will only further fuel the political divide among our citizens and will be detrimental to the long-term efforts to unify our country. I reiterate my call from last night. Let us work together. Both President Trump and President-elect Biden have called for a peaceful transition of power. I humbly beseech my colleagues to work toward this end to unify our country and not go down this dangerous path. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back his time. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Langevin.
The gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, January 6th was a horrific day for our country, for our democracy. The Capitol was breached, the blood of our defenders spilled, all because of a lie that the elections were stolen, a lie that has infected this nation as perniciously as the pandemic. President Trump is the source of that lie. He has perverted and betrayed his oath to defend the Constitution, attacking the foundation of our democracy by inciting his supporters to violence.
True.
He is not fit to serve and is a danger to our country while he does.
True.
I too pledge to support and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. I will uphold that office. I will vote to impeach President Trump. I urge my colleagues to do the same.
The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
What did the Speaker know, and what did other legislative leaders know, and when did they know it? Maybe that's a rush to impeach the president, because so we'll never know what legislative leaders here knew. The FBI knew about a number of individuals that were planning a war on the Capitol, including killing police officers, and they shared the information, but nothing happened. The chief federal prosecutor in Washington stated he is pursuing conspiracy charges. The fact that IEDs were constructed in place informs me that there was pre-planning for portions of the tragic events last week. How does the president incite an attack that was pre-planned and already underway before his speech concluded? Now, I know my colleagues on the left want America to believe that the president incited a spontaneous riot that they like to call an insurrection, but the facts are stubborn things.
No.
The
No.
truth is the multiple lawless and violent events last summer, including months-long siege of a federal courthouse, burning, looting, physical violence in so-called sanctuary cities, more closely fits the definition of insurrection
The gentleman's
than
time has
anything the
expired.
president said last week.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Connolly.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 30
my
seconds.
friend. The American people are asking, is there any depravity too low? Is there any outrage too far? Is there any blood and violence too much to turn hearts and minds in this body? Instead of the usual justification, rationalization, and enabling and false equivalence we have to hear. This is a moment of truth, my friends. Are you on the side of chaos and the mob, or on the side of constitutional democracy and our freedom? It's that simple. That's what this vote for impeachment represents. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, could I inquire how much time each side has?
Yes, you may. The gentleman from Ohio has 25 minutes remaining.
21?
The gentleman has 25 minutes
thank you.
remaining. The gentleman from New York has 31 1/4 remaining. The gentleman from Ohio.
We would reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Crow.
The gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, last week I stood in that gallery to defend this chamber against a violent mob called here by Donald Trump. I have dedicated my life to the defense of our nation, and Donald Trump is a risk to all that I love. Some of my Republican colleagues are afraid of the consequences of an impeachment vote, but this Congress sends our young men and women to war every day. I'm not asking you to storm the beaches of Normandy, but only show a fraction of the courage we ask of our troops every day. Leadership is hard. It's time to impeach.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York continues to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio?
We reserve.
Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York?
Madam Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I heard a few minutes ago that there had been no hearing. Well, I have heard from the people of the 7th District of Illinois. They have told me what to do. They have said, impeach this president. Impeach this president.
Okay, I'm sorry. I need to.
I will follow their instructions and vote yes to impeach.
Here to the gentleman from Minnesota, Ms. Omar.
Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Speaker, let us not mince words about what happened last week. It was a violent attempt to interrupt our democratic process. It was a targeted blow at the most essential process that makes us a democracy. It was a direct and specifically incited by the President of the United States. For years, we have been asked to turn a blind eye to the criminality, corruption, and blatant disregard to the rule of law by the tyrant president we have in the White House. We as a nation can no longer look away. The president not only incited an insurrection against our government, but has in word and deed led a rebellion. We cannot simply move past this or turn the page. For us to be able to survive as a functioning democracy, there has to be accountability. We must impeach and remove this president from the office immediately so that he cannot be a threat to our democracy. I stand ready to fulfill my oath of office, and I challenge my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to do the same. I yield back.
Oh well, hon. You're a wonderful legislator. Now this is gonna take forever.
Those who aided and abetted must be found and prosecuted. And the man who incited it, President Donald J. Trump, our greatest national security threat, must be impeached, held accountable, and never be allowed to hold office again. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio
Yeah, Madam Speaker, we reserve.
reserves. The gentleman from for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, future generations are not going to know the names of each member in the chamber today and voting, but they will know what we did and why. We must impeach the president because he incited a mob that attacked the Capitol of the United States, the tabernacle of our democracy. He is incapable of honoring his oath and our Constitution, and he has proven to be unfit and dangerous. I will vote to impeach this traitor to our country.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio
Reserve.
reserves his time. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds. Distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, today I cast my vote for the second time to impeach Donald J. Trump. He is unfit to hold office. He summons and dispatches mob to kidnap and hurt many of us. He is unfit to hold office. He summons and dispatches mob to assassinate Vice President Pence, to assassinate Speaker Pelosi. He is unfit to hold office. He summons and dispatches a mob that waved the racist Confederate flag and assaulted this Capitol, resulting in the death of 5 Americans, including 2 Capitol police officers. He is unfit
The gentleman's
to hold
time has
office.
expired.
We must
The
impeach
gentleman's time
now.
has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio continues to reserve. The gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds. Distinguished gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Garcia.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in the strongest possible support for the impeachment of Donald J. Trump. When Trump made a last desperate attempt to steal the presidency, to reject the will of the people by encouraging insurrection, he became the first president to incite an attempted overthrow of the institutions he is sworn to protect. That is a horrifying first, and his actions necessitate another. He should be the first president impeached and removed from office in the history of our country. I voted to impeach him once, and I'm ready to do it again. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio.
One more and then I'll go to you. Reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio continues to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Garcia.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, this president took an oath to protect and defend the Constitution. Instead, he has chosen to betray and attack our sacred democracy. This president violated his oath. He abused the power of his office, attempted to...
We're going to be hearing a lot of the same arguments from both sides, but there's nothing to antagonize the new arguments from the Republicans on until they say something. And most of the Democrats are going to kind of repeat the same thing.
Each generation gives to the next. We must do all to protect it. For our children and our future, we must impeach him. Thank you.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Stubbe.
The gentleman's yielding 2 minutes.
Greg Stubbe.
2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida.
I don't think that's his name.
Speaker, for 3 years, Democratic members of this body and the mainstream media lied to the American people that the Trump campaign colluded and conspired with Russia. For years, after an exhaustive investigation, it was found that there was no evidence that the Trump campaign colluded with Russia. Should Democratic members of this body
inconclusive evidence
people repeatedly and sowing division and dissension all across America, and it was all a lie? You have brought one article of impeachment to the floor, and your one allegation alleges, and I quote, Donald John Trump engaged in high crimes and misdemeanors by inciting violence against the government of the United States. In D.C., it's a crime to, quote, intentionally or recklessly act in such a manner to cause another person to be in reasonable fear and to incite or provoke violence when there's a likelihood that such violence will ensue. There was no language in the president's speech that incited or provoked violence.
Bullshit.
At around the 18-minute mark, he stated, and quote, peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. You may think that he's inciting violence because he believes there was election fraud. That's his opinion, and he's entitled to that opinion. Just like all of you were entitled to your false and fraudulent opinion that the Trump campaign colluded with Russia. The legal elements of incitement are based on the Supreme Court case Brandenburg v. Ohio, in which the Supreme Court set the standard for speech that could be prosecuted without violating the First Amendment. Brandenburg's speech called for violence against groups of Americans.
It is Greg
Stubbe. And the court found that Brandenburg's comments were not directed to inciting or producing imminent lawless action. The court found that it was protected speech, and he was calling for violence. That's the current law of the land. The president didn't even mention violence last Wednesday, much less provoke or incite it. There was no crime committed, and therefore no basis for impeachment, as you need a high crime or misdemeanor for a basis. You have created a mockery out of the impeachment process, and I urge all my colleagues to stand against it and fight the latest fraud being perpetrated against the American people.
Oh,
by
what
the
do you
radical
know?
left.
A new argument. The legal argument. Now guess what?
Madam Speaker, I now yield
He did
30 seconds
incite
to
violence.
the gentleman from
Fight like hell. You gotta fight like hell. You gotta be stronger. You're not gonna take back your country with weakness.
Support of the article of impeachment. Last Wednesday's events were not just a breach of a building, but a breach of our democracy, a threat to our republic and to who we
The other argument about how could it have been planned and they're looking into conspiracy charge, or how could it have been spontaneous, and if they're looking into conspiracy charges because of the explosives that were brought and whatnot. Before all of that, Trump said that he was going to be holding a speech. You need to be there. It'll be wild. And that's when the planning went in on Parler.
The gentleman yields back this time. The gentleman from New York.
And then Trump stoked the emotions, riled them all up with insightful rhetoric,
Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds.
inflammatory rhetoric.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, last evening an 11-year-old girl joined our telephone town hall. Her question shook me to my core. She was worried about the future of this great nation, and I am too. That is why I must move forward with impeachment of this president. He has endangered this nation. He has betrayed his oath. I do this now for all of us,
Representative
for our Constitution
Houlihan,
and
huh?
for this republic. I do this to tell the world that this great democracy will stand, and no one is above the law. And I do this for our future generations. I urge us all to unite and to vote yes on impeachment. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Huffman.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, history is watching and saving the receipts. Today, my colleagues across the aisle must choose which side of a very bright line they want to be recorded on for all time. On one side, lies, sedition, inciting and supporting insurrection, and domestic terrorism. The other side, your oath of office, the Constitution, democracy, decency. There is no middle ground. Today we make history forever. So choose well. A vote to impeach Donald Trump means years from now you can look your grandchildren in the eye and say, I did the right thing.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York continues to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We reserve, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman continues to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Jacobs.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, the response to political violence must always be accountability. Without accountability, more violence will follow. I learned that working at the United Nations and the State Department in conflict settings around the world, and the United States Congress is now a conflict setting. A violent mob threatened our lives in this chamber and almost succeeded, incited by the president who broadcasted lies about the outcome of our election. We must hold this president accountable. It's the only way to protect our democracy. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York continues to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm certain that every member of Congress would say that if they had been in Congress when John Lewis walked across that Edmund Pettus Bridge and the Civil Rights Act
she's newly sworn in. She doesn't have a record.
that they would have stood on the right side of history. Well, Madam Speaker, today we're going to see exactly what side of history you all are going to be on. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York continues to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Coughlin.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, today represents a unique opportunity in our nation's history. An opportunity to put America first, to put her people first. Today is a moment for members of Congress to put aside partisan politicking and place people over power. I urge my colleagues to vote against this divisive impeachment and realize that dividing America will not save this republic. I urge my colleagues to not simply vote for what feels good. Of course it feels good for the Democrats to have a united constituency for a few more days. But I was elected to come here and vote for things that actually do good, to bring much needed help to the American people. I am willing to take the first step and extend my hand across the aisle to say, vote against impeachment. Vote in favor of a unified nation, and I will forsake partisanship and work with you, no matter who you are or what party you come from. Madam Speaker, I urge that we all vote to finally put America first. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Now you have 30 seconds to a new member of the House and a new member of the Judiciary Committee. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Jones.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the impeachment of Donald J. Trump, the disgraced, defeated President of the United States. There must be consequences for last week's treason and sedition. Hundreds, if not thousands, of Donald Trumps in today's Republican Party aim to run for higher office, and we must send a message that no one in the United States of America is above the law. The world is watching, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Kildee.
The gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, 1 week ago, the President of the United States incited a deadly attack on the United States Capitol while a couple of dozen members of this House and I covered ourselves in that gallery away from the Trump mob. 5 dead, including Capitol Police. If inciting an insurrection does not warrant impeachment, nothing does. I took an oath to uphold the Constitution.
Okay, that Representative Sarah Jacobs lady that was up there, she seems pretty fucking decent. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, she's not like super far left, it looks like, but I'm gonna look over this platform while this debate's going on, so don't expect to see everybody. But I will look over this platform and let the audio play, so I'll just let them speak.
To strongly object to the articles of impeachment proposed against President Trump, which make the preposterous claim that President Trump wanted or expected the riots that took place last week. He clearly said he wanted peaceful and patriotic demonstration. He did say he wanted people to fight like hell or we're not going to have a country anymore, but that's obviously standard hyperbole and was not meant to aim at physical fights. But what is offensive is what you are saying and inflammatory about the tens of thousands of peaceful protesters who were there last week, as well as the tens of millions of people they represent. You don't understand why they were here. They're scared to death we're going to go back to the days without Donald Trump, of hundreds of thousands of people crossing this border every month. They're scared to death nobody's going to keep our manufacturing here. They're scared to death that nobody else will fight the cancel culture as we head towards an era when some things can't be said. They're scared to death that a majority party got here by teaming up with Black Lives Matter, a bunch of founded by Marxists and that dislike a family.
The gentleman's time's expired. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve?
Reserve.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I rise today determined to fulfill our sacred oath to protect and defend the Constitution from all enemies, foreign and domestic. Last week's violent insurrection on the Capitol is a stain on our democracy. A riotous mob, incited by the President, stormed these very halls, beat and murdered police officers, planted pipe bombs, and left our nation shocked and in mourning. The President's rhetoric, actions, and refusal to accept responsibilities are an imminent threat to our nation. I vote to impeach the President. I urge my colleagues to do the same.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Krishnamurthy.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, my parents brought me as an infant to America because they knew it's the land of democracy. It's the beacon of hope for all the world.
One quick interjection. This is somewhat bringing a tear to my eye. This is low-key based. She's under the skin, like flying under the radar.
He incited an attack on the
Red-pilled
Capitol
and based.
and the ideals comprising the American dream. I'm voting for impeachment because I know we're still the country my parents believed in, and I will fight like hell for it.
My fear was Nazbel type, and it's not. She's not.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. Lawrence.
The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Chair, on Wednesday the 6th, Democrats and Republicans hid on the floor, put on gas masks, and was ushered out of this room. We in this country cannot begin healing in unity without accountability and justice. The President of the United States incited a violent insurrection against Congress, you, me, and the Vice President of the United States. This cannot be ignored. Impeach now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York continues to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Lee.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, on January 6th, Donald Trump incited his white nationalist supporters to initiate an attempted coup against the heart of our democracy, the United States Capitol. This heinous act of domestic terrorism demands that Congress act to remove this president. Donald Trump has been and remains a threat to our national security and our democracy, and wholly unfit to serve as president. He and his supporters must be held accountable for inciting violence against the government of the United States. Congress must act immediately to remove this clear and present danger to our country. It's time to impeach Donald Trump again.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. Taylor Greene.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I am against the impeachment effort by the Democrats. President Trump has held over 600 rallies in the last 4 years. None of them included assaulting police, destroying businesses, or burning down cities. Democrats have spent all this time endorsing and enabling violent riots that left billions in property damage and 47 dead across the United States. Democrats are on record supporting violence when it serves their cause, in their own words, on social media, on interviews, and on fundraising platforms. Act Blue. Democrats support defunding the police when it's someone else's city, someone else's home, and someone else's business. Democrats will take away everyone's guns just as long as they have guards with guns. Democrats' impeachment of President Trump today has now set the standard that they should be removed for their support of violence against the American people. I yield back. Thank you.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Levin.
The gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, for 2 months, Donald Trump used the biggest megaphone in the world to organize a campaign of outright lies to overturn a free and fair election. On January 6th, he summoned and incited a mob of domestic terrorists to fight like hell and sent them to ransack this Capitol in order to prevent us from formalizing his election loss. It was a grotesque orgy of deadly white supremacism, anti-Semitism, and strongman rule. Today, we will do our duty and vote to remove the author of this horrifying chapter and banish him from public service. I yield back.
That's the key. It's about making sure he can never hold any public office or benefit from any office ever.
The gentleman from Ohio has 20 minutes remaining, and the gentleman from New York has 21 3/4 minutes remaining.
We reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves.
If you're just not going to vote because your God Emperor doesn't win, that's on you.
30 seconds to distinguished gentleman from
That's the same as burning or bust,
The
really.
gentleman from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
Trumpers are burning
Madam
and
Speaker,
burning or
what
busting.
each of us chooses to do today, whether we vote to hold this president to account or look the other way, will we be remembered by history, by our children and their children. The facts are clear. The evidence of Trump's insurrection overwhelming. History calls on us to do what's right rather than just politically expedient. Let us look back on this day with honor, not disgrace, knowing we were up to the oath we all took. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the gentlelady from Virginia, Ms. Luria.
The gentlewoman from Virginia is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, the perpetrators of this heinous attack on our nation's democracy were Americans, encouraged and emboldened by President Trump because he could not accept the outcome of a free and fair election. His actions are seditious, and the president has proven that he is not fit to serve. History will look back on this moment to see who stood strong in support of American democracy. As my colleagues have said, we must come together, but our nation cannot begin to heal until there is accountability.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
For the atrocity.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
I yield back.
The gentlewoman. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde.
The gentleman from Georgia, is it?
Yep, the gentleman from Georgia, 1 minute.
Is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in opposition to the effort to impeach President Trump. This course of action will only increase dissent and disunity across our country, and it flies in the face of all efforts to heal our nation. Quite simply, it is a shameful final act of political retribution, retribution this president has weathered since day one. I have no doubt that those who breached the Capitol will have due process and their day in court. However, there will be no investigation in the People's House into whether the allegation against the president meets the criteria for a crime worthy of impeachment. No evidence was presented, no witness testified, no cross-examination was conducted, no due process was afforded, and that sets an extremely dangerous precedent for the future. If my Democratic colleagues were serious in their efforts to get to the truth, they would convene the House Judiciary Committee and investigate, but they are not. And so I am proud to stand before you today to defend our president from the injustices my Democratic colleagues are so giddy to pursue. I oppose this effort to impeach the president and ask all members of the House to do the same. I yield back.
The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. McBath.
The gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise with a heavy heart for what our nation has endured. All those who've incited an attack on these halls of freedom must never forget that in every generation, Americans of all colors and creeds have laid down their lives in the struggles against tyranny, the fight against fascism, and the defense against those who would betray the values upon which this nation was founded. It is our duty to shoulder that defense of our democracy here today. The president's actions have laid bare his contempt for our Constitution, and he must be removed.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to
We reserve.
reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 30 seconds.
The armed insurrectionists that stormed the Capitol did not emerge out of a vacuum. They were lied to by Republican senators and Republican congressmen and women. But they were incited to violence by one man above all else, Donald J. Trump, who tried to be the ultimate ruler of our democracy. The world is watching. Our allies are watching, and our adversaries are watching. And we must show them that no one will rule this country and be above the law. The cameras of history are rolling. We must act. We must impeach Donald J. Trump to show the world that we will stand for right.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Utah.
The gentleman from Utah is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last Wednesday, on my third day, I realized that I can make hard and seemingly unpopular decisions. Voting to strip Electoral College votes from states is a dangerous precedent. Set by Democrats many years ago, perpetuated by my party as well. I heard nothing in those debates that justified such a high bar. A rushed impeachment will set a similar precedent. Without a single hearing or investigation, I simply cannot reach the high bar of impeachment. To my district, I commit to constantly being objective in all of my decision making. And as I abandon the remainder of my remarks, as I listen to this debate, it's no wonder our nation is divided. We are on an absolute race to the bottom. And I was hoping that last week we could have hit rock bottom. I commit to doing better, and I hope that we all can dig in and find a way. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back his time. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Beatty.
The gentlewoman from New York is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you. Domestic terrorists attacked our democracy, urged on by a sitting president. These insurrectionists believe Donald Trump's lies about the stolen election. They obeyed his call to attack. They literally carried his banner while storming the Capitol. Last week's insurrection was shocking and tragic. It was a culmination of 4 years of assaults on our democracy. We must impeach this president, and the Congressional Black Caucus stands ready to join in a bipartisan message to the likes of Donald Trump.
Expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the gentlelady from Wisconsin, Ms. Moore.
The gentlewoman from Wisconsin is recognized for 30 seconds.
Dope.
Madam Speaker, the president radicalized American citizens, and as his vice president fled from a lynch mob, the speaker cowered while people died. He watched with glee. That is why, even though it's only 7 days before the end of his term, we have the fierce urgency of now. 7 days is too long for him to be in power. He could declassify state secrets. He could monetize national secrets to foreign adversaries, and he could even pardon.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
The person.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from
Capitol
New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the. I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise with great sorrow to oppose this second attempt at a baseless impeachment from my Democrat colleagues. This week's attack on the U.S. Capitol was completely unacceptable, and the people involved should be met with swift accountability. The president didn't incite a riot. The president didn't lead an insurrection, and there are no high crimes and misdemeanors requisite of an impeachment. I'm not saying the president didn't exercise poor judgment, but to criminalize political speech by blaming lawless acts on the president's rhetoric is wrong, Madam Speaker, and a very dangerous precedent. The criminals who stormed the Capitol that day acted on their own volition. They are responsible for their actions. This is an important moment, Madam Speaker, for our nation. We have the opportunity to come together and do what's right for our country. The votes are certified. President Trump has conceded. Let's focus on the future and get back to the people's business. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. Yes. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Newman.
The gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to speak today. So today I stand with this body to impeach this president. I agree with my Democratic colleagues. I also agree with my Republican colleagues. Let's unite. Let's unite to address this pandemic and start by simply wearing a mask. Let's unite to bring back the economy and start by putting $2,000 checks in people's pockets. And let's unite to hold these domestic terrorists accountable and impeach this president. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, could you? How much time do I have, please?
The gentleman from New York has 18 and 1/4 minute, and the gentleman from Ohio 17 minutes remaining.
Thank you very much. I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today at a time of historical concern. Last week on this very House floor, an attack on democracy, that symbol. But it was an attack from within. This very floor, let's be clear, cause and effect, rally at the White House, march down Pennsylvania Avenue, a parade in reverse, and an attack to this chamber. A police officer was killed. And what I hear is time to heal. He's not even buried yet. It's clear and present danger. No one is above the law. Not the president if he has 4 years or 4 days. We must do the right thing for all Americans because he must be held accountable. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is
Thank you, Madam
recognized.
Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Indiana, Ms. Sparks.
The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate a variety of opinions, but any accusations must go through the proper due process, whether it's election fraud or an impeachable offense. And someone who did not support the objection to certification last week, I will not support this political charade today. The rule of law and due process is vital to what our constitutional republic stands for. Congress should stop playing divisive politics and start working on delivering real good policies for the American people. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio reserves his time. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
A week ago was the culmination of carnage caused to our country by this president. 4 years ago, he said he would stop such devastation. Instead, the president has continued to debase our democracy with assaults on our elections and incitement at the ellipse and the battery at our Capitol. American exceptionalism is not guaranteed. We must always work to grow it, and that includes our work today to hold President Trump accountable. American carnage started with this president. A vote for impeachment will stop it for our posterity. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Pocan.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The U.S. Capitol has not been breached for over 200 years since the War of 1812. That is, until last week, when it wasn't another country that attacked us, but our own president. President Donald Trump asked his supporters to march on the Capitol, inciting domestic terrorism that cost 5 lives, including a Capitol police officer. And we all know, whether you say it aloud or not, Donald Trump is responsible for inciting the attacks in our democracy, that he should have been the one person protecting it the most. And for that, he is unfit to be president, and we must impeach him.
The gentleman's time's expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 90 seconds to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
The gentleman from Texas is yielded 90 seconds.
I thank the gentleman from Ohio. The President of the United States deserves universal condemnation for what was clearly, in my opinion, impeachable conduct, pressuring the Vice President to violate his oath of the Constitution to count the electors. His open and public pressure, courageously rejected by the Vice President, purposely seeded the false belief among the President's supporters, including those assembled on January 6th, that there was a legal path with the President. It was foreseeable and reckless to sow such a false belief that could lead to violence and rioting by loyal supporters whipped into a frenzy. Unfortunately, my Democratic colleagues drafted articles that I believe are flawed and unsupportable, focusing on the legal terms of incitement and insurrection. Even noting impeachment does not require meeting a certain legal standard, that danger for open speech and debate in this body and for the Republic is high if the House approves the articles as written. The language will be used to target members of this body under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. It will be used to suggest that any statements we make are subject to review by our colleagues and send us down the perilous path of cleansing political speech in the public square. We must end this. Let us condemn that which must be condemned and do so loudly. But let us do it the right way, with deliberation and without disastrous side effects. We must end tearing apart our nation by social media and sound bites. Let us stop. Let us debate. Let us sit down and lead this nation together. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from New York, Ms. Maloney.
The gentlewoman from New York is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, this vote is not about one man, one party, or even one day. It's about protecting our nation, preserving democracy, and the rule of law. The facts are clear and undisputed. President Trump used a litany of lies about a stolen election and willfully incited an armed insurrection with the intent of stopping the peaceful transfer of power. He attacked not just the Capitol, not just Congress. He even attacked democracy itself. That's why he must be impeached.
The gentlewoman's time is
and
expired.
I yield back.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Price.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Chairman, the President has engaged in conduct that is criminal, impeachable, and profoundly threatening to our democracy. He pressed state officials and members of this body to overturn an illegitimate election and to keep him in power. And he then invited and activated a violent mob to invade the Capitol and achieve his desired result by insurrection. If that is not impeachable conduct, I don't know what is. The President must be removed from office immediately and never allowed to hold office again. Our democracy
The gentleman's
requires
time
it.
has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Fallon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last summer, the Antifa and BLM riots swept all over our country. Cities were burnt, businesses destroyed, and lives violently stolen. And it wasn't just for an afternoon like those horrible hours we had on January 6th, but rather they went on for weeks and in some cases even months. So if there's any silver lining in this dark cloud, it's that our friends from across the aisle have come to realize that riots are bad. We conservatives have known this all along. This snap impeachment is a sham, and it didn't go through the Judiciary Committee, and it's not even about the President's actual words, but it's about how our Democratic colleagues want to interpret his words and fashion a particular meaning to them. Now, this is just political grandstanding at its worst. The American people desperately want us to move on and tackle the issues and find solutions to them forthwith. Madam Speaker, let's end this obsession and charade, and let's get to work. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve.
Yeah, we reserve.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Quigley.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, now we hear talk of the President's notion of a peaceful transfer of power, which apparently means what? Minimal casualties? Now we hear talk of healing after the criminal acts are completed. Never as a criminal defense attorney did I say, Judge, yeah, my guy completed the armed robbery, but let's heal now. No, there was accountability. There was accountability then, there should be accountability now, and there should be impeachment now. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Reserve, Madam
The
Speaker.
gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from North Carolina, a new member of the committee, Ms. Ross.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of the article of impeachment. The President's responsibility for the violence and insurrection that occurred last Wednesday cannot go unanswered. The President has had multiple opportunities to modify his behavior to bring this country together. Instead, he uses his power to further divide us. He is unrepentant. Congress must act for the good of this country. Madam Speaker, I yield back my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I stand today in support of President Trump and against this sham impeachment proceeding with literally 1 week, 7 days remaining in his term. This is merely the culmination of a 4-year effort to overturn the will of the people and the results for the 2016 election. This is simply a political action intended to tarnish the legacy of a highly successful president who led us to an incredible economy, energy independence, reduction of taxes for millions, regulatory relief for businesses, renewed peace in the Middle East, and stronger border security. This action will only serve to further offend the 75 million people who voted for President Trump and further deepen the division within our nation as we try to move forward with a peaceful transition of power. However, the Democrat majority has determined he's already guilty, and there's no need of a trial, and they therefore move forward quickly with this phony impeachment charge. Today, I join my Republican colleagues in standing against this further effort to divide our nation. Thank you, and I yield back.
And yields back. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cuellar.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of the impeachment. It's very simple. What we saw on January 6th was a person, the President of the United States, incite a crowd to come and attack the Capitol. We have to make sure that we stand up for democracy. If we don't do this, then what are we going to stand for? We stand for democracy, we stand for American values, and I stand for the impeachment of Donald Trump. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields
I
back
also
the
stand
balance
for
of his
that
time. The
impeachment.
gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Scanlon.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 30 seconds.
On January 6th, President Trump launched an attack against the United States Capitol. I too urge my colleagues to unite, but to unite in love of country and to hold this president accountable. What unites our country is respect for the rule of law. Without accountability for those who would shatter the rule of law by overturning a presidential election, we cannot take seriously the cries of being a united people. This president remains a serious threat to our country and must be held accountable.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized, and he chooses to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me make everybody aware that on those just sun-bleached bones of history, of many great nations, are written those pathetic words, too late. They moved too late to save their great nations. Let us not this day move too late to save our great nation.
Gentleman's time's expired. The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman.
The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Speaker, I rise today for two reasons. One, to voice my strong opposition for the impeachment of this president with 7 days left. I also want to voice my support for the strong police department. Many of you want to defund. Where was your cries to defund when you were leaving this office, this very room, on the 6th? Height of hypocrisy. I yield back.
No actual arguments, gesticulating and imagined hypocrisy,
Members
doesn't
are
understand
kindly
defund the police movement. Dumbass.
You remind yourself to address your remarks to the chair. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve.
We do, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
Ironic. An administration begins by building an unnecessary wall on our southern border. It ends by making necessary a new wall around this Capitol. I introduced articles of impeachment in July of 2017 with one co-sponsor, Al Green, and again in January of 2019. And on Monday night, I joined with so many of us in introducing these articles. I've introduced articles of impeachment in the 115th, 116th, and 117th Congress because Donald Trump has continuously posed a danger to this republic.
The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mast.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise with a very simple question. On January 6th, thousands broke the law by taking siege of our Capitol here with us inside. Has any one of those individuals who brought violence on this Capitol been brought here to answer whether they did that because of our president?
They did it for and because of the president, yes. Is he just waiting? Is he literally just waiting for an answer?
It appears I will receive no answer. I will yield my time back to the gentleman from Ohio.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve his time. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Stanton.
The gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 30 seconds.
Donald Trump is the first president in the history of this republic to incite a violent insurrection against our own government, against our own people. It is a shocking betrayal of his oath of office and our American values. We don't know yet if the president will face criminal charges, but we do know he must be held to account. Each one of us in this house took an oath.
I can answer that last guy's question. No, they haven't been brought up before Congress to be asked if they've done this because of the president. They fucking said it on live streams. They told reporters that we're doing it because of the Trump, because the election was a fraud, because Trump was robbed, because of Trump, for Trump. It's because of and for Donald Trump that they did the shit. All right.
30 seconds. The distinguished gentlelady from Michigan.
I can answer that question very easily.
Insurrection, a violent mob. A week ago today, 5 people were killed, many injured, and everyone in this building forced to hide for their very life. The president was called for help, but he did not answer our call while our government was being taken over. He failed to lead and therefore proved himself incapable of doing so. Some may say impeachment is political. Some may cry it is divisive. But Madam Speaker, our obligation to our Constitution is anything but.
Expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of the impeachment of President Donald Trump. The gravity of the moment demands it, and the fate of our republic depends on it. He committed an impeachable offense by inciting a violent and deadly insurrection at the U.S. Capitol. For this, Congress must hold him accountable to preserve our democracy, our Constitution, and the rule of law. He should serve not 1 minute more and be barred forever from public office. He is toxic to our republic and toxic to our democracy. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
So, thank you, Madam Speaker. So Democrats can say, quote, I just don't even know why there aren't uprisings all over the country, while there are uprisings happening around the country. But they impeached the President of the United States for saying peacefully and patriotically, make your voice heard.
Can you name the Democrat?
Democrats can say, quote, you know, there needs to be unrest in the streets, while there is unrest in the streets. But they're going to impeach the president for saying peacefully and patriotically, make your voices heard. Let's be consistent, all of us. All of us need to be consistent and condemn the violence all the time. And with that, I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from New Mexico.
The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to these articles of impeachment. Political violence has no place in our constitutional republic, and those who assaulted police officers and forced their way into the Capitol are responsible for their criminal actions. Leaders in both parties have a responsibility to condemn such violence, whether in the halls of Congress or in the streets of America. I don't believe, Madam Speaker,
Good thing BLM is generally fucking peaceful, isn't it?
They are expecting us to do the will the will of them, those who sent us from each state around the nation. Right now, Madam Speaker, we've seen this body impeach once before, trying to do it a second time. Two wrongs do not make a right. We have got to stand for the American people because we will not get a second chance to get this right the first time. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve.
We do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to a new member, the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 30 seconds.
Oh yeah, brother.
Madam Speaker, the dangerous mob that Donald Trump unleashed on the United States Capitol represents a violent assault on the separation of powers and on the peaceful transfer of power that we have long taken for granted. The impeachment of Donald Trump is not politics but law, not passion but reason, not vengeance but justice. And we as the people's representatives must rise to the challenge of defending democracy in the face of its gravest threat, and we will. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Massachusetts, Ms. Tran.
The gentlewoman from Massachusetts is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I stand before you today in disbelief. Disbelief that after the President incited a violent mob to commit an act of insurrection and remained silent as police officers were assaulted, the Capitol was ransacked, and members of this body fled for their lives, that there are still members of his party who refuse to hold him accountable. It's because of that inaction that there is only one path forward to put an end to this presidency. Donald Trump must be impeached, removed from office, and barred from ever holding the office of the presidency again. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves his time. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves his time. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from New York, Ms. Velasquez.
The gentlewoman from New York is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of this resolution because in America, we hold power to account. In America, we do not succumb to violent insurrections incited by a head of state. In America, we do not turn a blind eye.
No, we just cause nations to fall by a violent mob incited by our head of state.
As a sworn defender of this nation's Constitution, I will vote in favor of impeaching Donald J. Trump. I yield back.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Could I again inquire the time remaining for each side?
The gentleman has 10 minutes remaining, and the gentleman for New York has 9 3/4 minutes remaining. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
I thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Malone.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second annual impeachment show extravaganza, brought to you by the censors and left-wing media, the fact-checked ministers of shutdown and big tech, and the Democrat Party. Today, the second annual impeachment of President Trump isn't really about actual words spoken out at rally. No. This is all about, Madam Speaker, the unbridled hatred of this president. You use any extreme language and any process to oppose the core of what he has really fought for. You hate him because he is pro-life, strongest ever.
Nope.
You hate him for fighting for the freedom of our religion to not be persecuted by unfair mandates and limitations on speech. You hate him for not subscribing and shackling us with the religion of climate change and one-sided Paris Accords. You hate him for Israel. You hate him for defending our borders. You hate him for letting families and small businesses keep what they earn, for trying to keep the agents of government off their back. You hate him for putting America first, which is what I thought we do when we swear the oath. No, this shabby show isn't about a threat to our republic. This is the impeachment and muting of at least half of the American people.
Nope.
This is shameful.
At least half.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New
Yield
York.
the gentleman additional 20 seconds.
The gentleman from Ohio yields you
Madam
another
Speaker,
20 seconds. 30.
I pray people of all stripes wake up to this spectacle and exercise their rights to put a stop to it through free speech and through fair elections.
At least half, 46%. At least half, 46%.
The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman-Schultz.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support the impeachment of President Donald J. Trump for seditious acts against America. To overturn the 2020 presidential election, Trump incited a violent assault on Congress, a treasonous betrayal of our nation. This criminal incitement left us with 5 dead, including a police officer, a desecrated Capitol, and a second constitutional crisis. His acts show contempt for the rule of law, the Constitution, and the foundation of any democracy, a peaceful transition of power. President Trump is a clear and present danger to American lives and democracy, and he leaves us no choice but to immediately remove him from office. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio
Thank you, Madam
is
Speaker.
recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 90 seconds to the gentlelady from Tennessee, Ms. Hirschberger.
The gentlewoman from Tennessee is yielded 90 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I urge my colleagues to vote against impeachment of our sitting President Donald J. Trump. You can tell the American people that this is a vote to impeach upon the grounds of inciting violence and insurrection, but the American people see a double standard. They see a standard applied to those on the left who commit violence, and they see a standard to those applied to the right who commit violence. The American people see this, and they understand it. I've been here all of 1 week, and what I see instead of lawmakers who are truth seekers, I see lawmakers who are power seekers. And that's never good, never good. What a shame, what a shame. The American people are watching to see how their elected officials respond at this moment in history. Will you vote to mend, or will you vote to further divide this country? I'm urging you to use this opportunity to be the leaders the American people are seeking for such a time as this. God help us as a nation, and I pray that God will keep his hand upon the greatest nation that the world has ever seen. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve his time.
We do,
The
Madam.
gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, how much time do we have, please?
The gentleman from New York has 9 1/4 minutes. And Ohio has 8 minutes. The gentleman from Ohio, 8 minutes.
Thank you.
Gentleman from New York.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Butterfield.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, President Trump's incitement to violently overturn the results of a free and fair election is an attack on our rule of law. Any president, any member of Congress who obstructs the Electoral College or attacks judges and the court system where there's no evidence to support their contentions undermines the public's trust and confidence in the judicial process. How do my Republican colleagues expect ordinary citizens to respect and trust the courts in civil and criminal matters all across this country? Think about that as you make this decision. Vote
The
yes.
gentleman's
on
time
the
has
article of
expired. The
impeachment.
gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York
Madam
is
Speaker, I yield
recognized.
30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Roybal Allard.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I take no joy in voting to impeach President Trump, but this president has blood on his hands in the wake of this attempted coup. The fact remains no president of the United States is above the law, and this president has sadly violated his oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. As members of Congress who have taken that same pledge, it is our duty to take this action and impeach this unfit and dangerous president. I yield
The
back.
gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
And the gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from California, Mr. Cameron.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
I'm voting to impeach because, as Lincoln said, no grievance is a fit object of redress by mob law. But we must recognize that our hard work begins to address the real grievances and despair in left-behind communities. to be worthy of this capital that we hold sacred, to fix our broken windows and broken communities. Let's finally commit to investing trillions in creating good jobs in healthcare, in education and infrastructure for communities and places that are hurting.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Alabama, Ms. Sewell.
The gentlewoman, Ms. Sewell, is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to support impeachment. I do so with a heavy heart and a lasting and searing memory of being in this gallery, the People's House, right up there, fearing for my life. And why? Because the President of the United States incited others to be violent, a mob of insurgencies in this House. It's unacceptable. It led to the killing of 5 Americans. Blood is on this House. We must do something about it. I ask that we move from stopping the steal to healing, but healing requires accountability, and everyone must be accountable. Who is it?
Gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve.
To vote for impeachment.
The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
You got people getting antsy.
Madam Speaker, I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Moore.
The gentleman from Alabama.
They were antsy, everybody.
Madam Speaker, I'm fairly new here. Actually, this is my first floor speech. But I rise to oppose this impeachment. You know, I asked my staff this morning, I said, how many times in our nation's history have we impeached a president? Well, they said up until this president, only 2 times in our nation's history. So here we are, 7 days left in his first term, and we're going to impeach a president for what reasons? For what reasons? There have been no hearings. There have been no committees. We must defend the right and protect the process of impeachment. If we pursue this, from now on, from this day forward, impeachment will always be a political process.
It's always a political process.
Across the aisle, they always talk about healing.
Everything's political.
How do we come together as a nation? Since 2016, there has been hashtags going around in our nation that said, not our president. Resist, resist. Members across the aisle have said things in public to have supporters of this president attacked and demeaned. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
From Ohio wishes to reserve.
Being insulted is not being attacked.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky.
The gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized for 30 seconds.
Last Friday, I sent a letter to my constituents telling the story about the violent attack on our Capitol building, which is really like the temple of our democracy. I have now taken the oath of office, the same oath of office that the President of the United States has taken, that all of us here have taken, and he has been the orchestrator of this attack. It is time to hold this president accountable. It is time, and history demands that we impeach
The gentlewoman's
Donald
time
Trump
has
for the
expired.
second
The
time.
gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We would reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Himes.
The gentleman from Connecticut is recognized for 30 seconds.
The words have almost all been said. Search your soul, consider your oath. And I add 4 more words. Reflect on your legacy. My friends, which way is history flowing right now? Will Donald Trump join the pantheon of Washington, Lincoln, Roosevelt, and Reagan? Or will his 33% approval ratings and the condemnation of principled Republicans consign him to the heap of reviled demagogues with Joseph McCarthy and Andrew Johnson? Where he goes in history, you go in history. Unless today you make a
True.
stand.
He'll never be a Lincoln, obviously. But I think his point was look at where he's going in history.
Remarks to the chair. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Hawaii, Mr. Carroll.
The gentleman from Hawaii is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, as a member of our armed forces, now a member of Congress, I have taken and given the oath of office many times. I will support and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. On January 6th, the President violated this oath, inciting violent and deadly insurrection. Our sacred oaths are hollow without accountability. We must hold this President accountable, remove him from office, ensure he can never hold public office again. I urge my colleagues to do the same. This oath has to matter. Mahalo, and I yield back.
Mayor. Recognized. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
The gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Sarbanes.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, this beautiful Capitol dome is a symbol of freedom and democracy, not just for Americans, but for the people the world over. The action we take today, this impeachment, is a declaration to the world that when there is an attack on our democracy, whether it comes from without or whether tragically in this instance it comes from within, we will respond to that threat and attack, and we will do what's necessary to strengthen our democracy. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2.5 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Zeldin.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am sickened and angered by what we all had to witness last Wednesday and call for the investigation and prosecution to the fullest extent of the law. Every single person who participated in the violence and loss of life in this Capitol building last Wednesday. I, as a member, sit here listening to the entire debate, desperately need to better understand the two standards that are at play in this House. Why is it okay if a House Democrat calls for violence in the streets, but not if you're a Republican? Why can a House Democrat be rewarded with a gavel and a chairmanship if they're calling for physical confrontation of a Trump administration official, but they will be punished if they're a Republican? The double standards that we have seen time and time again, I need to better understand what the rules are of this House. Why is it that a committee chairman can lie to the American public about having more than circumstantial evidence that the president colluded with the Russians in order to win the 2016 election, but of course the Republicans can't and wouldn't lie to the American public about something like that? We need to better understand what these two standards are that are at play and to complete the record. Because the House Democrats are here to make President Trump the first president to have been impeached twice. So I'll complete the record. First off, in the articles of impeachment, it's written that the president gave a speech and he told his supporters to come here and that he incited this riot. And one speaker after another here on the other side of the aisle have repeated that in the article of impeachment. But we all know that this was a pre-planned attack. We all know that there was pipe bombs being discovered while the president was speaking. We all know that the Capitol perimeter was being breached during the president's speech. We know that this was pre-planned and it started while the president was speaking. Why is that not in the articles of impeachment? Why is that not being incorporated into my colleagues' remarks? To complete the record, if you want to make the president the first president to be impeached twice, well, we'll add something else to that. Thank you to the president for his efforts to defeat MS-13 in my district or to withdraw from the...
The gentleman...
MS-13. Okay, yeah, whatever.
yields...
The reason I was looking at people who are like, oh, political violence is always wrong. Well, I mean, the founders didn't see it that way. The entire revolution was political violence. They literally beat each other into submission on certain things. They would fight each other during the fucking congressional sessions when they were trying to establish the Constitution, the Articles of Confederacy, how they were going to run the fucking revolutionary effort. Like, they literally fought each other.
And let's also be honest that this president
Expired.
did a lot to make
The
America
gentleman's
greater
time
than
has
ever.
expired.
I
The
yield back.
gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston.
What happens
The gentleman's recognized for 30 seconds.
What happens if we get this wrong is written in Lincoln's second inaugural, when one party would make war rather than let the nation survive. On December 7th, on September 11th, we came together against an enemy from without, but on January 6th, we were attacked by an enemy from within. The president who would make war with malice for all and charity for none. We must come together in unity today against that domestic threat to our Constitution. The alternative is too unbearable to contemplate. We must impeach, bipartisanly, unanimously, if you have the soul.
The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Fletcher.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of the article of impeachment and in opposition to the gaslighting that is masquerading as debate in this chamber today. I was in this chamber when the president assembled and unleashed a mob to attack the United States Capitol and the United States Congress, the elected representatives of the people. By doing so, he incited an insurrection against our representative democracy itself. If that is not an impeachable offense, then what is? Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib.
The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In Michigan's 13th, we proudly speak truth to power, even in the face of a racist in chief. Those who incited an attack on the People's House do not get to talk about healing and unity. They have torn this country apart. They have stoked the fire and then handed the gasoline to Donald Trump. Dr. King once said, "True peace is not merely the absence of tension. It is in the presence of justice." Today, we must embody those words. And we must understand that peace must be centered in truth and action. We cannot sit, Madam Chair, sit idly by after a violent attempted coup and allow lies and hate to continue. Today, we stand up for our constituents who continue to be harmed by this
New York wishes to reserve. The gentlewoman's time has expired.
Donald Trump.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. And the gentleman from New York has 3 3/4 minutes remaining. From Ohio has 4. And the gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from North Dakota, Mr. Armstrong.
The gentleman from North Dakota is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What happened last Wednesday is an absolute tragedy. And not only are we part of dealing with it now, we were part of it then. But when emotions are frayed and tensions are this high, process matters more. It matters more now than it did before. And the reality is this: there are serious constitutional questions about these articles. And Donald Trump is going to be president until January 20th. And on January 20th, Joe Biden's going to become president. But I'll end with this. I'm going to vote against impeachment, and that's going to give me credibility at home with my base. You're going to vote for impeachment, and that's going to give you credibility at home with your base. It's easy to point at me and blame me. It's easy for me to point at you and blame you. But on January 21st, we're all going to be back here. So use that credibility. Go back and talk some hard truths to your people. I'm going to do it, and we need to do a better job. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. Excuse me, the gentleman from Ohio reserves.
At least he admits he's just doing it for cred.
Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Manning.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, this president has repeatedly lied to the American people about his election loss.
He incited his followers to attack our democracy, resulting in 5 deaths. His dangerous efforts to derail the peaceful transition of power were a violation of his oath of office. This president is unfit to lead our nation.
I see C-SPAN uses crisp.
His duties of office. I call upon my Republican colleagues to speak the truth to their supporters and join me in holding President Trump accountable by voting to impeach. I yield.
New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Mervan.
The gentleman from Indiana is recognized for 30
Jordan's
seconds.
just trying to reserve time so he can let a string of Republicans go at the end to try and sway public opinion more in his favor.
They are praying for unity and justice.
Smart strategy, honestly.
It reminded me of the moment when those of us who were on the House floor on January 6th were huddled together in a secure room after the attack. The House chaplain Kiblen led us all in prayer. Let us remember that moment. Let us rekindle that prayer for those 3 minutes when we were all united to preserve our democracy and justice. I support the article of impeachment so that we can move forward to do the work that our constituents sent us here to do. With that, I yield back.
Has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from New York has 2 3/4 minutes remaining. The gentleman from Ohio has 3. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserved. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Mould.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, there are more troops right now in Washington, D.C. than in Afghanistan. And they are here to defend us against the Commander-in-Chief, the President of the United States, and his mob. I would ask my colleagues to look at the faces of those young Americans defending democracy, defending us, and find an ounce of their courage to do the right thing, as several Republicans have, and take a tough vote for the future of democracy, for the future of our country.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Vesey.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, let's be clear about one thing. If we were on the eve of a Republican president being sworn in, and his Democratic predecessor had said the same thing that this president said, and incited his followers, his mob, to descend up on the Capitol, we will be joining them, not making comparisons, because guess what? I don't care about no base. I care about this democracy and this country. And what happened the other day should never happen again. And we need to stand up and say and do the right thing.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York.
I don't care about my base. I care about democracy.
Madam Speaker, the
Bold words.
Republican whip is prepared to close for us whenever that is appropriate, so we'll reserve until that time.
The gentleman reserves.
Madam Speaker,
The gentleman from New York.
I now yield 30 seconds to the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 30 seconds.
I was on the floor just 1 week ago, and so today the insurrectionist in chief will be impeached for insurrection. It is because he failed to defend this nation against all enemies, domestic and foreign, and he stood down near the White House and told a mob of domestic terrorists to go and show your strength, be strong. You can't gain anything because of weakness. We must hold him accountable. We can heal this nation, but he must be impeached today. We must impeach Donald J. Trump as an
Gentlewoman's time has expired. The
to do
gentleman
that
from New
now.
York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. We reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio continues to reserve. The gentleman from New York.
Is the other side prepared to close?
Yes.
He does. He's waiting for the closing.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Yes.
I yield
the
3
gentleman
minutes.
from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the Republican whip, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise.
The gentleman from Louisiana.
Steve
is
Scalise,
recognized.
what a lose.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the gentleman from Ohio for yielding. Madam Speaker, our nation still mourns the unacceptable violence and anarchy that took place in this Capitol last week.
It's not what anarchy is.
As we speak, arrests are still being made, and the anarchists who stormed our Capitol are being brought to justice.
Those are not
as should be the
anarchists.
case. Emotions are still high, but in this moment, we need to be focused on toning down the rhetoric and helping heal this nation as we move towards a peaceful transition of power to President-elect Joe Biden next week. My prayers, Madam Speaker, are still with Capitol Police Officer Siegnick and Liebegood, who we lost, as well as all of the Capitol Police officers who risked their lives to keep us safe. They are true heroes, and they deserve all of our applause today.
Not what anarchy is, not anarchism. That's not a right-wing thing. Just don't use that term if you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Madam Speaker, I've seen the dark evil of political violence firsthand, and it needs to stop. But all of us need to be unequivocal in calling it out every single time we see it, not just when it comes from the other side of the aisle. I oppose this rushed impeachment brought forward without a single hearing. And by the way, the Senate will not even take this up until President Trump is out of office. So let's keep that in mind. It will only serve to further divide a nation that is calling out for healing. Madam Speaker, many speakers today have invoked one of our nation's greatest leaders, President Abraham Lincoln. Maybe we should follow some of Lincoln's wisdom that he's imparted upon us in moments like this. As Abraham Lincoln was giving his second inaugural address in March of 1865, Lincoln issued us a challenge. This is what he said: "With malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right, as God gives us to see the right, let us strive on to finish the work we are in, to bind up the nation's wounds, to care for him who shall have borne the battle and for his widow and his orphan, to do all which may achieve and cherish a just and lasting peace among ourselves and with all our nations." Madam Speaker, in times like these, let us not reach out to our darkest demons, but instead, like Lincoln, seek the higher ground. May God bless this great United States of America. I yield back.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we can have all this, but we have accountability too. I now yield our remaining time, 1 minute, to the distinguished Majority Leader of the House, Mr. Hoyer.
The majority of the leaders recognized for 1 minute.
Thank the Chairman for yielding. This is a troubled time, a sad time. It is a time where all of us have stood almost to a person and lamented the violence and the assault on this Capitol and the assault on democracy itself. It was right to do that. But this impeachment ought to be put in the perspective of what the Republican chair of the Republican conference said it was. She said the President of the United States summoned the mob, assembled the mob, and lit the flame of that attack. There has never been, she said,
Little check mark.
a
Just
greater
little one,
betrayal
'cause I
by
don't
a
like the
president
title.
of the United States
Zero
of
tolerance.
his office and his oath to the Constitution. That is why we are here today. That is why we are here today, just a week before that president, at the request of the American people, will leave office. And the issue is, what do we do? The 433 of us, I believe, who are here, do on behalf of the American people to respond to what Representative Cheney described happened on the 6th of January. A mob assembled by, summoned by, and then spoken to light the flame of the attack. To stop the steal. As we sat here, exercising our constitutional duty, and to his great credit, the Vice President of the United States following the Constitution of the United States of America. Notwithstanding the fact that he was opportuned by the President not to do so. That mob sent by the President to stop the steal did so for a few hours. Not the steal, but the constitutional duty that we have. So we ask ourselves, what do we do? What is our responsibility? What should we say in light of only the Civil War as an analogy? It doesn't mean there haven't been demonstrations in Washington before and demonstrations throughout this country before. But it is the first and only physical presence other than the 9/11 attack on this nation, which came from abroad and had a plane aimed at our Capitol dome. This attack was not from abroad. It was, as Liz Cheney said, summoned, assembled, and inflamed by the President of the United States of America, who in Liz Cheney said words that there has never been a greater betrayal by a President of the United States of his office and his oath to the Constitution. I pride myself as a member of this Congress who for 40 years has worked in a bipartisan fashion with many of your leaders, and do to this day. But are we to remain silent in the face of Liz Cheney's saying this was the greatest betrayal of the duty of the President of the United States in history? Are we to stand silent? Will we stand silent? Will we not stand up and say, this is not acceptable? Madam Speaker, for 4 years, Donald Trump has made no effort to hide his ambitions or his lacking of Republican principles. Not our principles, but the principles that Abraham Lincoln was just quoted as having said. Your president, our president, has never displayed those in the 4 years he's been president of the United States. He has allowed little constraint on his worst inclinations. His desire for autocracy and his glorification of violence have not been tempered, but rationalized by those who sought to profit financially and politically from their proximity to power. Upon the foundations of virtue, reason, and patient wisdom laid down by George Washington as our first president, Donald Trump has constructed a glass palace of lies, fear-mongering, and sedition. Last Wednesday, on January 6th, the nation and the world watched it shatter to pieces. There can be no mistaking any longer the kind of man sitting in the Oval Office or its intentions and capabilities. The curtain has been pulled back. The office to which he was elected could not temper or reform him. Washington's legacy was passed down to us not
Triple
as
big.
written decrees.
Triple plus good, guys.
Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order.
The gentleman,
This is fucking fantastic. This is pretty good. I'm torn on this because of certain aspects of it. There's aspects I disagree with on this platform, on this particular part of her platform, I should say.
Term after term, each occupant has observed those norms out of a recognition that our Constitution's articles are not the
I think
only
I missed the
preservatives
AOC
of our democracy.
speech.
For more than 2 centuries, Madam Speaker, whenever those norms were tested and strained, good and virtuous citizens on both sides of the aisle found common purpose in reaffirming.
Did she give one?
Those norms. But memory fades, and from time to time it must be refreshed. Madam Speaker, as the framers emerged from the Constitution Convention, Benjamin Franklin was asked whether they had made America a monarchy or a republic. Probably all of us know this response. A republic, he answered, if you can keep it. That's the question today. If we can keep it. And the way we keep it is to say no to actions and words that do not promote the keeping of that republic. For millennia, people have understood that a republic is only as stable as, and lasting as the citizens and leaders who commit themselves to its upkeep. This president has shown us he's not committed to that project. His tweets every day have shown he is not committed to that project. Indeed, he openly disdains it and appears to prefer the alternative. But what of the rest of us? Those who have the honor and the great privilege and the weighty responsibility to represent the views of 750,000 of our fellow citizens. We in this Congress have an opportunity, no, a duty, to demonstrate our commitment, both as leaders and as citizens, to keeping America a republic.
I don't know if AOC's even spoken here.
Its differences, not through being ordered to come to the Capitol to prevent them from stealing the election, which was an absurd assertion from the very first day it was made. We cannot erase the last 4 years, Madam Speaker. We cannot turn back the clock, but we can look to the ideals and principles inherited from great presidents like Washington, like Jefferson, and yes, certainly like Abraham Lincoln and Franklin Roosevelt, and from outstanding Americans like Frederick Douglass, Harriet Tubman, Susan Anthony, Cesar Chavez, Martin Luther King, Thurgood Marshall, our beloved John Lewis, and yes, RBG, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who taught us a lot about equality and inclusion. It's up to us to restore the vibrancy, Madam Speaker, of our democracy by reaffirming our commitment to the norms they passed on to us and entrusted to our care. But to make that possible, Madam Speaker, we must rise to this moment and not only affirm the virtues we cherish, but reject the vices we abhor. That's what I'm asking my fellow representatives on both sides of the aisle to do today. We all stood and we abhorred the violence that occurred and the threat to the very democracy that we hold so dear and swore an oath to protect and uphold. Reject deceit. Reject fear-mongering. Reject sedition, tyranny, and insurrection. Reject the demand for fealty to one man over fidelity to one's country. When I addressed the House during the debate over the articles of impeachment in December 2019, I said the following: we need not ask who will be the first to show our courage by standing up to President Trump. The question we must ask: who will be the last to find it?
Boom. Okay.
Senator
So,
McConnell, Representative
let's go
Cheney,
about.
a number of other representatives who have spoken on this floor with great courage, Madam Speaker. Because there is much fear of Donald Trump. There's much fear of Donald Trump's tweets. There's
I'm gonna
much
go back
fear
to the-
of Donald Trump's
I want to go back to the rumor guide.
for opposition. In my view, Donald Trump demands absolute loyalty and gives none in return. I hope others will join Liz Cheney. I hope others will be honest with themselves and with their constituents. As Liz Cheney was saying, there has never been a greater portrayal by a president of the United States of his office and his oath to the Constitution.
Rumor control.
She's the daughter of a vice president of the United
Pin
States
this fucking thing.
who was the whip when I came to Congress. As she has taken a stand, I hope others will as well, Madam Speaker. Soon, the clerk will call the roll and ask for our votes. Make no mistake, this will be no ordinary roll call. This is about our country, our Constitution, and our democracy. These votes will be inscribed on the roll of history, a record of courage and of our commitment to country and Constitution, of our commitment to the rule of law and renewal of that which we inherited and hope to pass on, unbroken, unshattered. With just 7 days left in the president's term, this vote is not about timing. It is about principle and fidelity to our Constitution. It concerns the clear and present danger facing our country, not only in these final days of the Trump administration, but in the weeks, months, and years that will follow. It is about the necessity to demonstrate to this generation and to future generations the duty we share to protect our democracy every single day. Do not pretend, my friends, that
I think it's picking up my actual fan on my computer.
encouraged by our president to stop the steal at any cost. And by the way, if the vice president doesn't do my bidding and follows the Constitution, sweep him away. We know that this president would never emulate George Washington and give up his power for the good of our republic, even after losing an election. Somebody talked about a peaceful transition. There has not been a peaceful transition. I don't know what you're talking about. You're not living in the same country I am. It was just days ago that the president, after committing this terrible act, thought he had to admit that Joe Biden might, yes, be president of the United States. We know that this president neither recognizes norms nor reflects the rule of law. We know that this president is not a patriot. So I ask this House, who among us, Madam Speaker, will be recorded on the roll of history for their courage,
that's what it is.
their commitment, the Constitution, and their country? We do this today not for politics. We don't need this for politics.
Yep, it 100% was the fact that I had Crisp open because it just automatically opens, but I didn't have it flying or running through, so it wasn't running my
this great democracy. We
auto-switched
do it for the America we love.
broadcaster.
Our America,
but it wasn't applying
the
any
beautiful,
of the actual
whose founders' sacrifices we praise in song. Oh, beautiful for heroes proved in liberating strife, who more than self, their country loved, and mercy more than life. Sadly, Madam Speaker, as our current president, the appropriate words would be, who less than self his country loved, and victory more than truth. Vote for this, for America, for our Constitution, for democracy, for history. I yield back the balance of my time.
All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 41, the previous question is ordered on the resolution. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized. For what reason?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We'd ask for a roll call vote.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by an electronic device.
And begin the voting. The Republicans are going to get blown out because some of their side has,
less than 13 months since he was impeached the first time in December 2019. President Donald Trump is on the brink of being impeached again, this time for one article of incitement of insurrection for his actions before, during, and following last week's deadly attack on the U.S. Capitol. The article saying, in part, President Trump gravely endangered the security of the United States and its institutions of government. He threatened the integrity of the democratic system, interfered with the peaceful transition of power, and imperiled a coordinate branch of government. He thereby betrayed his trust as president to the manifest injury of the people of the United States. You can read all of that at cspan.org/impeachment. In this vote, expected to be a lengthy one with some 64 members requesting proxy votes, 57 actually for this vote. We expect 7 Republicans to likely vote yes in favor of impeachment, including just announced in the last few minutes, Peter Meyer of Michigan.
Shaboom.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Strickland of Washington pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on H-Res 24.
Gentleman from California seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on H Resolution 24. And Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Costa pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Costa will also vote yes on H-Res 24.
And while this is happening, I'm going to leave it just loud enough that people can kind of hear what's going on in the background, but I want to be able to speak to everybody first. Because I saw a headline, I pulled it up on screen real quick just to be able to get the headline so I could go over it myself.
Gentlewoman from Maine seek recognition.
Madam Speaker.
So we did kind of go over this. But this is just Trump trying to do as much horrific damage as he possibly can before he is gone. The minute he went ahead and conceded the election, he just started rapid fire, just boom, 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 boom. Just pushing out shit to try and harm people, left and right.
on HRES 24.
Because the party only cares about power. And power
I inform the House that Mr. Desjardins will vote
is
nay on HRES
only
24.
expressed through pain and subjugation. So he's using his power in the way that the party deems it. You know what I mean? I personally believe power can be used for wonderful things.
For what purpose does the gentleman
However,
from New Jersey seek
there are people who have
recognition?
corrupted power
Madam Speaker, as the
or
member
corrupted
designated
intentions
by Ms.
with
Bonnie
power.
Watson Coleman pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Watson Coleman will vote yes
You know, corrupted
on
in my
HRES 24.
worldview. I believe
And
that
as
everybody
the
deserves a
member
decent life,
designated by Mr. Albio Series,
even if I
pursuant
humiliate
to
people
HRES 8, I inform the House
on
that
the
Mr.
internet.
Series will vote yes
I
on
believe they
HRES
deserve a
24.
decent life. I just think
And
that they
finally,
go
as the
against their
member
better interest,
designated
and the
by
only way to get through to
Mr.
them is to make them
Poltanco, pursuant to HRES
feel
8, I
humiliated,
inform the House
to
that
bring
Mr.
them over,
Tonko
make them
will
at least
vote
question
yes
their
on
worldview,
HRES
and then, yeah.
24.
For what purpose is the gentleman from
That's
Kansas
just one
seek
facet of my
recognition?
rhetoric. I love
Madam
everybody
Speaker,
who
as a
is,
member
like,
designated
not
by
a
Mr.
Nazi.
Turner, Kansas, pursuant to House
Even if you
Resolution
have
8,
vehement
I inform the
disagreements
House that
with me
Mr.
because
Letourneau
you're
will
just a
vote nay
baseline
on House
conservative,
Resolution
you're a bit
24.
racist and shit like that. I mean, I don't want you to be a
Purpose does the
racist.
gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Boilerplate
Madam Speaker,
racism
as the
isn't
member
okay. Like,
designated by
there's
Ms. Presley
shit
of
that needs to
Massachusetts
be
pursuant
worked
to
out there, but
HRES
that's a
8,
you
I
problem.
inform the House that Ms. Presley will vote yes on HRES 24.
What the hell is that? Yeah.
Does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam
I'm not
Speaker.
gonna
Madam
read this
Speaker,
on
as the member
screen.
designated by Mr. Adam Smith of Washington State.
That's, I
pursuant
mean,
to House Resolution
trigger warning.
8,
I might read it on
inform the
stream,
House
I'm
that
sorry,
Mr.
but
Smith
trigger
will
warning.
vote yes on
Because
HRES
it's fucked.
24.
I'll look. I don't have the ability to. Come on. Sorry.
I'll let them do this. Okay, you good? For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Carson pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carson will vote yes on HRES 24.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on HRES 24. As the member designated by Congressman Brendan Boyle pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Congressman Boyle will vote yea on HRES 24.
The gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition.
Designated by Dr. Dunn of the state of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Dr. Dunn will vote nay on H-Res 24. As the member designated by Mr. Buchanan from the state of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote nay on H-Res 24.
Pennsylvania seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida 5th Congressional District pursuant to House Resolution 8, I'm informed that Mr. Lawson will vote yes on H.R. 24.
Okay, so it appears that this article, I mean, there is some trigger warning worthy shit in here, but it's basically talking about how, yes, women are generally, actually, just overall, way higher targets for conflict-related sexual violence, as what the term is dubbed. Men and boys and transgender women are also at risk, especially if they're perceived to be gay or bisexual, and that very little attention is paid to it due to gender bias, and that men need adequate attention to this issue as well. So we need to be able to, you know, break down those barriers that make this a bigger issue for men to get help. Not that they're targeted more, but they get less help. In proportion to it, how much it happens. And there's recommendations and stuff in the paper with methodology of how they figured it all out and stuff like that. So it's kind of it's an actual report that I won't show on screen. Oh, I'm gonna keep it up here because I've been looking at it. But I feel that it.
Purposes, the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition.
As a member designated by Representative Cardenas pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the
I
House
feel that it's a really good insight. You can look it up. It's human. It's they treated us in monstrous ways. Human Rights Watch. July 29th, 2020. So if you want to read it yourself, go there. And I recommend you do. I just don't want to do it and trigger somebody. So if you do it, it's of your own accord. I'm pretty sure there's not graphic descriptions in it, but, you know, there's a reason I'm not scrolling down very much. Because there's some, there are some of the quotations and methodology and stuff, so, I mean, just go read it. I'm not going to intentionally get somebody feeling awful. You know? But yeah, Sarah Jacobs, not too bad. Not too bad. But it's a common thing for an authoritarian to do, to try and weaken protections for people, to try and inflict as much damage and harm as they can on the groups that they hate. Direct eye right now. We're getting people to filter in and vote for other people by way of being told what they want to do. I got this motherfucker pinned. Look at that shit. Rumor control. Oh man. What about adding stuff to your bar down here? That's the first page. Whatever. So the vote's going on. This is the perfect time. Let's talk about some of the optics of the speeches that people gave. Okay? We're just going to we'll leave it on the vote screen. Fuck it. Some of the people got up there and were just like, we need to defend our democracy. It doesn't matter that there's only 7 days left. He's a danger to democracy. Which, you know, alright, cool. You hit the baseline. Whatever. But,
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Young of Alaska, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Young will vote nay on House Resolution 24. Thank you.
okay, I didn't want to interrupt. Although I actually don't give a shit. Whatever. Fuck these people. Let's watch the vote. They hit the baseline, is what I'm getting at. There are some of them who laid out, you know, it's been more than this, it's stuff leading up to this, like, you know, they kind of navigated the waters and even pointed out, you know, like, hey, there's a tweet with it's gonna be wild, that's kind of the focus I have on it. Be there, a big protest at the Capitol on the 6th, be there, it's gonna be wild, was the general idea of the tweet. Can't look it up now, really, because that's account related, but there's the speech itself. I mean, yeah, there's a point where he did say peacefully voice your discontent, and then he had other people who were talking about who work for him, who he didn't denounce on that, who were talking about, you know, assaulting, not like in those exact words, but essentially talking about going in and breaking into the Capitol and trying to terrorize or harm Congress until they comply. Not exactly a good look for him, is it? And then Trump came out and, yes, at one particular point he said peaceful. He said peaceful once. And then he talked about how you gotta fight like hell to keep your country. You're not going to take your country back with weakness. You need to be strong. And then we're gonna all go down to the Capitol together, and we're gonna fight for our country. You know, there are things he said. There are very key fucking phrases that this man pointed that you can point to within that speech and just go, hey, this right here, this right here, this right here, this right here, this right here. They're pretty insightful. They're inflammatory rhetoric, and then they're inviting, you know, hey, why don't we just go down to the Capitol? So, you know, shit. What do you mean? Now, the argument that the Republicans were making about the bombs planted in the RNC and the DNC, they were making that argument, you know, how could it be planned if the here, let me move this a little bit. Let me hold this. How could it be incited by Trump then and there if there were bombs planted and people had taken time to make bombs and blah 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 blah? Yeah, people took time to grab their guns and go as well, because that's what Republicans do, is stupid, crazy shit. Whenever it comes to Trump and protesting, they bring guns, or any time really. Wasn't even on behalf of Trump that they went and did the anti-mask protests and took guns to the fucking courthouses and legislators. So, they made the argument there, and the deal is with Trump having egged on the conspiracy that the election was stolen, that it was fraud, there was voter fraud, the Dominion machines. All of that is also getting these people geared up. going, oh, if the election's rigged and Trump actually won, we need to fight to preserve our democracy. They genuinely believe they're fighting to preserve their democracy because they're stupid. They didn't understand that what was happening is they were being taught to think in the way that benefits Trump the most. They were being pushed that way. Which is the way of white nationalism. That's it. They didn't recognize it. There's a multitude of arguments that those people have come up with to try and pull people over. They do. They have a multitude of lines that they can throw out there. That's why you have to be diligent. As soon as they start tying nationality to skin color, to race, to ethnicity, you toss them aside. Because that's not how it works. That's called ethnostates. They're trying to pull you into the idea of an ethnostate. You'll hear arguments about like 1350 and all these other fucking arguments. And sometimes they'll even go full mask off Nazi and go for the what's the thing? They'll go for the Jewish conspiracy. They'll ask the Jewish question in subtle ways. They'll 1488 and shit like that. And they'll get you in with comedy and making you question things with honestly false information that they give you. They point to these bad, poorly done things that have been debunked, but people just point because they're good. They're good ways to get people who aren't really very committed to anything, to an ideology at that point, and they're open-minded enough about their concepts. They have a certain social frustration that has been primed by other forces. I mean, let's face it, the Republican Party has been priming white nationalism for, well, since the Democrats stopped doing it. Democrats perpetuate it in some respects, but they don't prime it. They don't fucking jump on. They don't jump around and promote it.
As a member designated by Mr. Vela pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Vela will vote aye on H-Res 24.
So, that's the thing. The Republicans really do just kind of parade around with open white nationalism.
By Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Ocasio-Cortez will vote yes on House Res 24.
Yep, question answered down in the bottom there. I wish I could hide usernames, or he could change his, but whatever. Let's continue with the optics and stuff. We've got.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Schneider pursuant to H-Res 8.
Yeah, we've got a history of Trump pushing this kind of shit with other Republicans pushing with him, obviously, like Ted Cruz and shit. The people who used to fight against him the hardest during the campaigns. You had Lindsey Graham calling him a psychopath and that he was a lunatic, a liar, all this other shit. And then Trump gets in and Lindsey Graham is licking boots. One golf trip. One golf trip and that was it. That's all it took.
Pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Lee will vote yea on H-Res 24. As the member designated by Ms. Axney, pursuant to H-Res 8...
He called Ted Cruz the Zodiac Killer, he called his father the JFK assassin, and he called his wife ugly, fat, and pretty much a clone of him.
Mrs. Dingle, pursuant to H.
He insulted Ted Cruz. He insulted his kids. Ted Cruz called them a despicable coward, and then turned around and cowered underneath him when he got blown the fuck out. Because the Republican Party is a bunch of fucking lunatics. They saw a populist nativist choice, nationalism, that they've been primed for by countless, you know, both Bushes, a little bit of Clinton probably. I don't really remember that much about Clinton, but I have looked into the rise of fascism, and the Bushes have been somewhat instrumental in putting the nationalist mindset back into the American people. Obama didn't do much to help with that, and Trump just came in and was like, I'm gonna make America great again. I'm gonna do all the, you know, I'm gonna stop the brown people from coming in. It was his platform. And the Republican Party went, yeah! And Hillary Clinton was hated enough that people didn't turn out to fucking vote. So, we've got blatant racism coming from the Republican Party and nationalism that's been guided by multiple Republican presidents.
For what purpose is the gentlewoman from Florida?
We've got a lack of civil justice that's been guided by the entire fucking government. We've got warmongering and some kind of state capitalism at the moment. Not really, because the state doesn't own the industries, but we've definitely got a pay-to-play oligarchy. That's my term for it. Fuck off. I like it, okay? Pay-to-play oligarchy.
Indiana, seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Walorski pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Walorski will vote nay on H. Res. 24.
How does that sound? Actually sounds pretty good. Pretty good. Voting should be over. They should just be like, alright, you're not voting, fuck off. But no, it wouldn't be fair. So they're letting everybody vote, especially with the proxy votes, you know, allowed in the pandemic, whatever. But they do this all the time, even before the pandemic. Okay, so I want to close those tabs to the right. So, to put it a little bit bluntly, America was founded by slave owners who, I mean, some of them didn't own slaves, but you know, that's a different matter. The Electoral College has been biased for the Republican Party. The Senate was for them. It's just white landowners had been biased, like people who were white and wealthy. And then it became the wealthy when it became unacceptable to have it be biased towards white people up front. But due to institutional discrimination, while it was still completely legal for people to just, you know, fuck over anyone who wasn't, you know, pasty, pale, whitey boy,
For what purpose is the gentleman from Virginia seek
they
recognition?
absolutely decided to obliterate the wealth of anyone else, which put it into the hands of, oh, what's that? Quite a few white people. So white people have a better socioeconomic position. And then, you know, suddenly, it's not legal to discriminate against people based on the fact that they're not white. So you just remove that from your discrimination, you know, your open discrimination, and make it based on wealth. Because meritocracy, obviously. And you perpetuate that notion, which some people buy, a lot of people buy, most people buy. It's bullshit. I'll tell you that right now. wealth is mostly handed down. The extreme wealth. People try and cite like individuals who, it's like, oh, the number of people who get inherited wealth, the percentage of people who get their wealth inherited is really, really small. Yeah, but what percentage of wealth are they inheriting? What percentage of the overall wealth of the nation, of people, of the people, are they inheriting? When you pare it down, like if their dad has $100 billion at the time of death and passes it down to their one child, because they're a single father, the wife had already passed, or they're divorced, like Jeff Bezos or whatever. Say Bezos has one kid and he dies. And he has the kid get everything in the will. What percentage of wealth is that? $100 billion. That child is still in the top 1%. You can't tell me. You cannot tell me that inherited wealth isn't an issue. Because it is. And because of that inherited wealth, white people, the specific groupings of white people, even, are not, quote-unquote, discriminated against in the same way. They don't have that institutional bias against them, because they're wealthy. They just happen to be white because of the meritocracy of their family. Having, inherited wealth, even though they got it due to underpaying labor a shitload. In some cases, having owned slaves until it was illegal, and then underpaying literally all other people, especially black people who were much, much lower paid than even their poor white counterparts. So, we've got a lot going on there. Yeah, this is 100% there's 14 votes, and those 14 votes, even if they all went to the nay, it'd be 208 to 226. So, he's impeached a second time. It's up to the Senate now. We don't need to hear any more about it. He's impeached. He did it. Yes. Yes, she did. Of course he does. I literally just read this. And by read, I mean listen to this. Not this version, but I listened to this. The guy who I was listening to, oh my god, okay, so I think his name is like Jim Maddington or something like that. Let me go here, because I finished it somewhat recently. Jeff Middleton. This one, the guy, here, let me just,
Chapter 1. It was a bright, cold day in April, and the clocks were striking 13. Pornosec, as it was called in Newspeak, engaged in producing the lowest kind of pornography, which was sent out in sealed packets, and which no party member, other than those who worked on it, was permitted to look at.
Let's go to O'Brien speaking.
The truth, please, Winston. Your truth. Tell me what you think. You remember. I remember that until only a week before I was arrested, we were not at war with East Asia at all. We were in alliance with them. The war was against Eurasia. That had lasted for 4 years. Before that... O'Brien stopped him with a movement of the hand. Another example, he said. Some years ago, you had a very serious delusion indeed. You believed that 3 men, 3 one-time party members named Jones, Aronson, and Rutherford, Men who were executed for treachery and sabotage after making the fullest possible confession, were not guilty of the crimes they were charged with. You believed that you had seen unmistakable...
See, his reading with the voices and shit, fucking brilliant. Just if you're gonna listen to it, just find that particular video. Just type in 1984 audiobook Jeff Middleton, and listen to it on that channel, because that whoever read that is fucking fantastic. I loved every second of it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to watch that later, and a couple of other of his videos, but I'm not doing it while I'm streaming. This is my time. Close encounter. Shares close encounter. What? Did she have a close encounter?
They lust for power more than they care about democracy.
During an Instagram Live last night, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez discussed a close encounter during the Capitol riots where she feared for her life, and also went on to rip apart GOP cowards that are still protecting Donald Trump. So before I get to that second clip where she really goes in on Republicans, let me first play this clip here where I guess this hadn't been disclosed up till now, that there was a moment during the Capitol riots where AOC feared for her life. Watch this.
As for myself, I had a pretty traumatizing event happen to me. And I do not know if I can even disclose the full details of that event due to security concerns, but I can tell you that I had a very close encounter where I thought I was going to die. And you have all of those thoughts where, you know, at the end of your life, and all of these thoughts come rushing to you. And that's what happened to a lot of us.
All right, that's what I wanted to see. Thank you. Don't need to... 7 p.m. Wow, there's 456 of you guys waiting for... Also a really good book. This is educational. Seriously, guys, go watch shit like from this guy. Please do. That way I don't have to do as much explaining. I can do it. I'm just not as good at it because they've got cited sources and they tell you about it. And his voice is wonderful. Listen to him.
Hey guys, today's video is gonna be a bit different because it's partially gonna be a game show. But the main focus lies on showing the connection between the extremely anti-Semitic conspiracy theory of cultural Bolshevism propagated by the extreme right in Weimar Germany and the cultural Marxism theory you often hear today. And yes, there is a connection.
Do you hear that? Do you hear that wonderful German voice? Listen to that, man. I do enjoy good voices. I do. What?
You see people with green colored skin. You see people say they kill that baby. And they love Satan and they love being ugly. And they love stinking and howling and screaming all over the country. Nearly possessed by the modern feeling of anti-human garbage. But the real spirit of humanity is
the amazing artist, Nick Lutzko.
He does so much good work. Like, seriously, these are just fucking great. See, your boy here doesn't bother with a face cam. I gotta see what this is about.
Alex Jones surprised...
This is news. This is actually technically news.
Everybody this week when he flipped on QAnon.
Broke all that. We know that. I'm saying Q tells us stuff and all of it's lies, is what I'm saying.
You keep interrupting me.
Because you're lying. Because you're full of shit. That's why. Because every goddamn thing out of you people's mouths doesn't come true. And it's always, oh, there's energy, and oh, now we're done with Trump. You said he was the Messiah. You said he was invincible. You said it was all over. They were all going to Gitmo. Now, oh, he's part of a larger thing of Q. I will not suffer your Q people after this. I knew what you were day one, and I know what you are now, and I'm sick of it. I'm sick of all these witches and warlocks and pumpkin popsums and everything. Oh, God. Sorry. Bye-bye, Q. I can't talk to you anymore. Jesus Christ. Lord help me. Oh.
Done. All right. What? Your name is Oy Vey, dude. You're a fucking Nazi. What do you mean? Henry David Thoreau, huh? Walden. I had to read this once. Colin Powell leaves GOP. Yeah, a lot of people are leaving the GOP. War and Peace, yeah, probably should read. People should probably read a lot of books, actually. Reading's good. Educating yourself is how you blast out the conservative brainworms. I'm currently holding the microphone so I get better sound out of it. Does it actually sound any better? I don't know. If I'm holding it back here, how do I sound? When I'm speaking the same. Yeah. It's better if I just hold it here until I can get better setup. The Republic by Plato. What?
You're right, Carl. Linen is expensive, and we should kill all the white people, which is what this book says. Oh, hello. I didn't see you there.
In the West, we like to think that all...
No, there is nothing in Karl Marx's writing about getting rid of the white people.
Remember, I'm coming from an area which is close to Balkan. So, if you want to start exchanging insults, I can be extremely brutal. I always win. But let's not do it today, maybe.
Fucking Slavoy. Ooh.
Well, let me
Education.
begin by referring to something that I've already discussed. That is, if it is correct, as I believe it is, that a fundamental element of human nature is the need for creative...
Oh, this is going to be long as shit. Okay.
Creative inquiry.
No, we're not doing that. We're not going over the entire damn thing. Can't do it. Sorry. Fucking nope. Just straight up fucking nope. What?
Later, if you are kind to them, they even start to ask you personal questions like private problems, could you help them, and so on. What should I tell them? I don't care, kill yourself, it's not my problem. You know?
Jesus. See, there's sometimes Zizek says things, and I'm just like, wow, no. Yes. Ah, Jeff Buckley. What?
初代総理大臣ドナルド・ズランプ君の挨拶。ズランプじゃない。カツラだ。あ、間違えました。今のはカツラじゃなくてカツラのことだ。文春に嗅ぎつけられる前にカミングアウトしておきたくてな。私は日本国初代総理大臣ドナルド・ズランプである。
What? Okay, what's happening? I'm getting. See, my friends, they don't watch my stream apparently. They think we are too stupid to put the puzzle pieces together. Oh god. Yeah, no, there's actually some arguments I'm kind of in on that video where people are just like, oh, big tech, one moment. Alright, that's more people on No Man's Sky. I might be making some videos with them. I just have to let them know that I'll be making videos whenever we're on together. One of my cousins is, mouthy. But, as it sits right now, everybody... Let's go here. I saw that and I had to click it. I don't know why, but I saw it and it was there. Tiny doors in the U.S. Capitol. What the fuck? Okay, no. Contra, also good. Philosophy Channel. Everywhere at the end of time, huh?
Y'all, welcome back to the Myrna Lair. I'm your host, Face Off. If that intro wasn't evidence enough, y'all know I rarely get serious on this channel, but every once in a blue moon I'll talk about some heavy stuff, and today is the day. 2000. You could see in these images how more and more unfamiliar with his own reflection he got. He looks into the mirror and doesn't recognize what he sees in his reflection. Scary shit, right? But the idea of not being able to recognize items has a direct...
Okay, let's see what's up with it. Everywhere at the end of time. This is incredible. So it's nice into the beginning. Let's. Okay, so let's see how it was a little bit before. Glimpses of hope in trying times, and then and hearts break. Sworn beyond loss. Stage 4 is long as shit. Holy shit, okay. Yeah, that seems okay. What?
What are you listening to?
You gotta hear this one song. It'll change your life, I swear. Okay.
Jesus, okay. Baby mouse, oh, little babies. It's a baby. Why Orwell matters, yeah. Orwell does matter. He does. Socialist MMA is a dipshit. Alright. What?
It's coarse and rough and irritating, and it comes everywhere.
Okay.
Done.
Mr. Barnes, walk with me. Mr. Barnes, air conditioning repair is an elite worldwide family dating back to the very beginnings of civilizations. Our predecessors were slaves, fanning the pharaohs with palm fronds. Over time, we became expert at making our superiors comfortable. We made it our business. And along the way, we learned to make ourselves comfortable. No more palm fronds, Troy. Now we are the pharaohs.
Breath print approved.
Breath print.
Feel that?
Actually, I don't feel...
Precisely. Have you heard the expression room temperature?
Of course.
This is the room. This is the room temperature room.
I can't tell where the air ends and my skin begins. It's incredible.
That's what we do, Troy. Incredible, invisible, unbelievable things. We're an unseen, unknown, invincible fraternity of craftsmen. Graduates of this school are guaranteed lucrative employment for their entire lives. And I'm inviting you to join us.
Will there always be paninis?
There is one catch, Troy. Once you're in, you're in. Air conditioning repair will be your life. A life of secrets you'll be unable to share with outsiders. You will be an air conditioning repairman and nothing else until the day you die. I don't expect you to make a decision now. Take 24 hours.
Breath print approved.
Cool. Can't feel my pants.
Oh, okay. That was something we witnessed.
David, I mean, I know you're a sophisticated guy. The world is a mess. The world is as angry as it gets. Well, you think this is going to cause a little more anger? The world is an angry place.
Jesus.
I'm sorry. But I don't want to be an emperor. That's not my business. I don't want to rule or conquer anyone. I should like to help everyone if possible. Jew, Gentile, black man, white. We all want to help one another. Human beings are like that. We want to live by each other's happiness, not by each other's misery. We don't want to hate and despise one another. In this world, there's room for everyone, and the good earth is rich and can provide for everyone. The way of life can be free and beautiful, but we have lost the way. Greed has poisoned men's souls, has barricaded the world with hate, has goose-stepped us into misery and bloodshed. We have developed speed, but we have shut ourselves in. Machinery that gives abundance has left us in want. Our knowledge has made us cynical, our cleverness hard and unkind. We think too much and feel too little. More than machinery, we need humanity. More than cleverness, we need kindness and gentleness. Without these qualities, life will be violent, and all will be lost.
Guarantee that is not something that he actually said. Hey, Trump impeached twice. Idiot wars, the racism awakening. What?
Hi, this is Gilbert Gottfried, and hey, Jeffrey Epstein. I heard what you did, and that isn't very poggers.
God damn. I love actual 4Kids dialogue.
Explain yourself now! Oh, as if you're gonna believe me?
I fucking hate this. Oh god. What?
Move it or lose it, snow cone!
The last time we met, you ruined my nail art. Now I have to reapply a whole new coat.
Oh my gosh, are you serious? I am so sorry.
Oh, well, in that case...
Oh no, what I meant to say is, I'm so sorry that you have nothing more important to do in life.
Jeez. I mean, the degree some people take that kind of thing is, I feel a little excessive, but that's them.
Kako ste vi prema svome sinu? Oprostite na ovoj indiskreciji, ali zadnji put kad ste mi bili gost, iz nekih razgovora s vama stekao sam dojam da ste blagi djecomrzac. Međutim, sada ljudi koji su u vašoj blizini kažu da ne, da to nije tako. Kakav je Slavoj Žižek kao otac? Čuo sam da imate sina koji ima...
Da, mlađi ima 12 godina.
12 godina, vodite ga na putove sa sobom.
Pa na nekom nivou svakidašnjih gluposti, kao... kad proklinje prljive riječi, kad govori o pšenosti,
this doesn't concern me. He can do what he wants. But I am very strict when it comes to two things, studying, school, and so on. He must learn to work and personal relations. No arrogance, racism, etc. Everything else is permitted.
Naučiti da radi i osobni odnosi, nema arogancije, nema rasizma i tako dalje. Sve ostalo je dozvoljeno.
S obzirom da mu otac
Since his father is a critic of capitalism, will he become a capitalist?
On mi već kad imao 6-7 godina,
When he was only 6 years old, he gave me a beautiful short lesson.
Divnu, kratku lekciju kako
how we communists are stupid, how we don't see if all people are equal, then no one will work.
Jednaki, onda niko neće da radi, da trebaju razlike, da treba konkurencija.
Inequalities are necessary, competition and so on.
Dijete od 6 godina.
Dijete od 6 godina dao mi je prvu spontanu lekciju iz neoliberalizma protiv svake ideje komunizma.
Yeah, he's being facetious there. Come on. On the horror of tulips. Okay. Well, shit, this has been a long-ass stream. Everybody, I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna call it here. And I will probably end up making a video here in a little bit. It is 4 o'clock at my time. I am hungry. So, y'all take care. If you like what you see, hit the like. Comment, subscribe, definitely subscribe. None of you are subscribed. And yeah, I love you all. Take care. Have fun.